Hello Alaskans, how are you all out there doing tonight? It is really great to see you here. I am at the MatSu Borough building for a joint school board and assembly meeting tonight. It's going to be very interesting to find out what's been going on with our MatSu Valley schools, how much they've been spending, how many students are actually enrolled, and possibly how many millions and millions they are short this year to be able to cover the budget because of no students in the seats. Will they be like Anchorage, or are they going to be different and actually have more children in the school than they thought they would and be doing gloriously well? We'll soon find out. So if you've got a moment now, take a second and like and share this. I am going to go ahead and spin this camera around so you guys can all see what's going on, and they should be getting started shortly. I'll be giving another update here in just a second. Alright, that was pretty easy, sweet, and short little flip around right there. As you can see up there at the front podiums, we've got the joint school board and assembly that are in attendance.
It's better than the conference room chairs.
They are here to hear from the school districts in here within the MatSu Valley on how they are doing the administration, how many students are enrolled, how many people are going to be needed to cover the budget. In other words, how many millions they're going to have to take from us taxpayers in the valley to afford the budget, or will they be doing extremely well? Unlike Anchorage, I know that they have spent their CARES Act money properly, from my understanding, and actually spent it all, where Anchorage is sitting still on, out of their $500 million they were given, about 270 of that is still sitting within their pockets as they're squandering it away on everything that really has nothing to do with the COVID-related relief, but more to do with what was their whims to expand at a later date. So is the MatSu growing? Is the MatSu shrinking? We'll soon find out. If you're just joining us, please like and share this video. It'd be greatly appreciated. Also take a moment in time and go to our website a little later on today at Politadick.com and click that donation button or that support button. Show your support for what we do. Help us cover the ever-increasing cost of gas and other such items out there. We also want to be able to upgrade here real shortly to a nicer microphone, and your help will greatly appreciate it to make that happen. And thanks to all of you, we now got a phone cage that holds it for good streaming.
Whoever called in on the phone, if you can start to yourself, because we can hear you over the mic. Thank you.
Nothing like a voice over the speakerphone to get the room to quiet right on down. Should be starting here in just a minute.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a joint meeting with the school board on Tuesday, September 13th, 2022. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
I will, Madam Mayor. Tim Hale. Here. StephanieOwers. Dee McKee. Here. I'm expecting Robert Yunt. I'm expecting Milky 2. Jesse Sumner.
Here.
Ron Bernier, you on the phone.
Here.
Moving on to the school district, Thomas Berge.
Here.
Jim Hart.
Here.
Ole Larson.
Here.
Jubilee Underwood. Here. Ryan Ponder.
Present.
Dwight Probasco.
Here.
And Jeff Taylor will be making an appearance. You do have a form of both bodies, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda? Please. Seeing and hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. If you'll all stand, please. And Chairman Pounder, if you would lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and justice for all.
The next section of our agenda is audience participation. Anyone is welcome to address the school board and the assembly for 3 minutes. It can be on, thank you. It can be on any subject, whether it's on the agenda or not. And we do have a sign-up sheet, so I will go and use the sign-up sheet first. But even if you haven't signed up, we will have a time when those from the audience, and we'll also check online for those that are online to be able to have the opportunity also to participate in audience participation. The first person is Brent Bogan.
Good evening, Brent Bowen. As the principal of Birch Tree, I represent my governing board, my staff, and the families of my school. We thank you for the service you provide our community. Working through complex issues as elected officials is challenging, and we appreciate the time and energy you spend trying to create solutions that are in line with your constituents' desires. Charter schools are one of the many complex issues that you face. Birch Tree serves families from most, if not all, of your voting districts. When we opened our doors back in 2010, we planned on serving around 200 students. We quickly grew over 400 students and currently have over 400 students with 100 students on the waiting list. Students at our school are added to our school through the state's mandated lottery process, allowing anyone interested to have a chance to enter. Birch Tree student body is made up of a diverse group of students. We often get questions about our special education services. For many years, we've had 15% or more of our population with special education needs, and we do a great job supporting those students. Our program provides a true attempt at meeting the needs of the whole child. Along with math, reading, and writing, we teach art in many forms, music in many forms, German, handwork, woodwork, orchestra, drama, and more. We're encouraged that the borough and the district are making way for MatSu Central to get a building. They have a great need, as do most of the charter schools. As you know, charter schools have been working for years to find ways to quit wasting taxpayers' money on leases. Each school requesting this help has proven a record of success. Some of the parents and staff that I've talked to recently have a feeling, though. What started off as a we're all in this together to find ways to get buildings for the schools has turned into what some look at as let's get MatSu Central what they need, and then we'll see if a miracle can happen for the charter schools. I don't know that that's the intention. I think the intention is to get everybody a building that fits their needs. But there is a perspective out there. I would encourage every member of the school board and the assembly to actually come by our buildings. See first what we do and what conditions we have to work with. Our leased buildings cost taxpayers millions, and what do those dollars pay for? There are buildings that are subpar to any traditional school building in this district. The old Iditarod building, for example, would have been an upgrade compared to the building that we currently work through. I ask that you keep charter schools at the top of your legislative priorities, and that we advocate strongly for a long-term solution at every level to provide more equitable facilities for all students in our district and borough, and stop the financial waste of leasing. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy?
Good evening, Assembly, school board members, and Madam Mayor. My name is Stacy McIntosh, and I'm the principal at MatSu Central School, where I have partnered with families for the last 9 years. I am here on behalf of the stakeholders of our program to advocate for full funding for our new school. First, I want to thank you for all you've done for us through this process. A few years ago, the school board recognized that purchasing the Wasilla station would not meet the long-term goals of our school and opted to not buy our current building. That lease expires in June of 2024. Both the school board and the assembly worked together on the site selection committee to secure a central location to build our new school. Now we need your help to join together and secure funding for our project. Last week a question came up if the community should get to vote on how our school will be paid for. We have a process in place for the public to offer their concerns and opinions. They vote for the school board and the assembly members to sit in the seats seats you are in today. By awarding you this honorable duty, they are saying they trust you to be fiscally responsible and take care of the business at hand. The public doesn't get a say in how you spend every penny or make every decision, and that is why we have this process in place. Stakeholders have had the opportunity for the last year and a half to bring forth their concerns and participate in the discussion. If we are still questioning if the public should get to vote on how the funding will come through, why did we award a $1.4 million contract for design? For the past 3 months, a team composed of district, borough, and MatSu Central staff, along with the student and parent representatives, they have been working with our architect to plan a school that can properly serve our community. We are close to having a 35% design consensus on this project. As you are aware, this is a long time coming, and we are thrilled to actually be this far in the planning process of our new home. Our current facility is inadequate and outdated. Just this week, we had a massive leak and found 6 inches of water sitting on our roof. The water was running down an internal wall to safely and sufficiently serve our families. Of course, the voice of the public matters, and I am glad there is a process in place for you to hear from them. As you look around the room tonight, I hope you take to heart the public opinion and join us in showing support for a new MatSu Central School. Thank you.
Glenn Oliver.
Mayor DeVries, Assembly members, school board members, I appreciate all you do, and thank you for that service. My name is Dr. Glenn Elrod. Myself, my wife, and our family have been longtime members, or longtime residents of the MatSu Valley, and we are a homeschool family and also a charter school family. Prior to COVID, our younger children attended a local charter school, Birch Tree Charter School, and we chose to homeschool our older 2 kids through MatSu Central for middle school and high school. For an array of reasons, for the first year of COVID, we chose to also begin homeschooling our younger 2 at the kindergarten age in 3rd grade at MatSu Central. So we have experience from kindergarten through high school at MatSu Central. Why have we chosen MatSu Central? You really have to understand what makes MatSu Central unique from the typical conventional educational pathway. We believe that MatSu Central is the way of the future of education. Dynamic, multifaceted, individualized to the individual student, not a one-size-fits-all puzzle for your kids. Whether that means special accommodations for the students who need extra support, unlimited access to rigorous learning, and interest-driven education that's unique to the student and their ultimate goals. The education provided through MatSu Central isn't limited to a classroom, a site, or a computer, but certainly that would help. It really knows no borders and has no limits. Parents and students, in collaboration with their academic advisor, can tailor the students' diverse needs and education goals while setting them up for success, not only in their education, but in their long-term goals. Our second oldest has now graduated from MatSu Central. She graduated a year early. She graduated with a 4.2. She also graduated with 43 college credits, all because of her advisor at the school. With that, she's now in college as a 17-year-old, as a sophomore, ready to start nursing school right away at the nursing school of her choice. How is that possible? MatSu Central. That sounds possible. Our oldest son, now a sophomore in high school, has an array of classes, various formats, things that fit his needs and his desires. MatSu Central is different than other schools in the district and seems to be misunderstood and sorely undervalued. As I said, MatSu Central is the way of the future for education and the trailblazer in showing what education can be. I would appreciate it if you give some consideration to the new building for MatSu Central. Thank you.
Ashley Inman.
My name is Ainsley. I am a senior at MatSu Central and I'm going into my 9th year at the school. I moved up from the Lower 48 when I was 9 years old. I had been homeschooling since kindergarten by then, but due to the program I was in, I never really got to be around other kids my age. But as soon as my parents enrolled me in MatSu Central, I had the opportunity to take in-person classes. One of the first classes I ever took through MatSu Central's program was music. Since then, I've taken lessons for 8 years now. I've enjoyed many classes at MatSu Central. Having the opportunity to take Alaska State history along my peers made it come alive. With so many classes and opportunities, I know many students have found passions of their own, such as music, writing, leadership opportunities. Some of us even have our own licensed businesses as teenagers. How amazing is that? Overall, I believe MatSu Central is the best program I've been in. I've made many friends and memories through the school, and I would never change anything about it except one thing: the building. With the building we currently reside in, it can be hard to hold some activities. That is why we need this school built. A gym to have sport-related activities and other events such as the prom on site. We recently celebrated our 50th anniversary since our founding, and it can be tough fitting so many people in one small building and a parking lot. More space and bigger classrooms would allow us to hold more classes such as a theater program, which we currently do not have. A bigger library would serve as a quiet space for students to study and research on topics for classes or for their own interest. We currently have over 2,100 students, the largest enrollment of any school in the district, and without a new building, we'll have to turn students away. That is why we need your help. Please build our school. Thank you for your time.
Chad Scott.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Assembly, and Board, Pastor Chad Scott, SCOTT. I know there's a lot of important issues here tonight. I honestly just came here tonight to express gratitude to the board for last week's action to rescind the former transgender policy, and to ask God to grant both the Assembly and the board with the wisdom to navigate this challenging issue. I know there was almost 300 people at that meeting last week, and most people aren't here probably tonight because they think that the situation has been dealt with, but I know that this just began. And a lot of you are just beginning to craft a policy to help teachers and students to both navigate through the situation with clarity. But I really would desire for our community to seek wisdom and to seek guidance from God. Lord, give them the same sort of grace and truth you exhibited when you encouraged believers to put down their stones and not condemn those that sin differently than they did. You still managed to speak the truth while their behavior, though it needed to change, would not come through persecution. Help us as a community to balance grace and truth. Lord, help the Assembly and the board to give good guidance to both teachers and students that will protect the rights and safety of all. And I'd like to encourage the community to be committed to prayer at this time, to make sure that our actions reflect our love for people, and regardless of our differences, that this should not be used as a time to vilify or disparage any members of our community. I have every hope that through the efforts of this Assembly and board, a positive and permanent resolution can be found. Thanks again for all your efforts, and God help us all.
Holly Christensen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, and members of the board. Thank you so much for being willing to listen to the public this evening. I am here this evening to ask you to do what is necessary to move forward with building the new MatSu Central School. As I'm sure you know, 12% of the children enrolled in the school district are enrolled in MatSu Central. What this should tell you is that 12% of the parents feel so strongly what many know to be true, and that is that traditional public education is failing some and quite a few of Alaska's children. And they feel it to the point of taking a more active and prominent role in their children's education by enrolling them in MatSu Central to help them better succeed. Now, I've always been one of those parents who felt there's nothing wrong with public school. I love public school, I'm a product of public school, and my oldest, she thrived and continues to thrive today in public school. So I thought that it was great, and our school district is awesome. We have wonderful staff, wonderful teachers. However, when my second child began struggling academically a few years ago, I could see where the system was failing her. My daughter has no learning or cognitive disabilities, but struggles to grasp math concepts and facts as well and as quickly as other students. She's had amazing teachers, but teachers that have class sizes so large and with so many behavioral challenges in their classrooms that they are overwhelmed, and my quiet and shy child struggled silently, fell through the cracks, and fell further behind without much notice because she was so sweet and not a problem in the classroom. MatSu Central gives students like my daughter the opportunity to get the personal one-on-one instruction that is lacking in classroom sizes of 33 children, while still benefiting from some in-person classes in a brick-and-mortar setting. It truly allows parents who know their children best to tailor education best to their child's individual needs. The problem lately has been that there is such a demand for these classes at MatSu Central that they fill up quickly, and so quickly that they're full by the time I go to try to enroll my children in those classes. Please do what is necessary to get this new building built so that more students can benefit from the increased class offerings and capacity, so that children who don't thrive in traditional public school can still get the education needed to excel and be productive members of society. Thank you.
I want to say for the people that are standing in the back, there's a whole row of seats up here. There's more seats over here. If you would prefer to sit, you're welcome to stand, but there is lots of empty seats if you prefer. Garrett Christensen.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, and School Board members, thank you for hearing me tonight. I stand before you as a father of 3 children, 2 daughters and a son, 13, 11, and 8 years old. Love them with all my heart. And I have my eldest daughter enrolled in public school. And she conveyed to us last semester there was another kid in school that she had attractions towards. And the whole semester went by, and she was unaware that this kid, who appeared to be a boy, was actually a girl. And she thought that she questioned her own identity, which is a word that's being thrown around a lot recently these days. And she had friends at school that would give her suggestions. Maybe you're a lesbian, maybe you're non-binary or whatever. I don't know if you have taken the time to research just what is going on in our day today regarding gender identity. So if you've taken the time, I commend you. If you have not, I would highly encourage you to take a moment, Google the term, or Google, better yet, the origin of gender identity, okay? Or gender queer theory. Think of those words, look those up. If you haven't looked those up yet, I implore you to look those up, because this is a plague that is affecting our society. What is happening is a group of people have come up with an idea that they're going to change the term gender. And they're going to differentiate it from sex, meaning male and female. And they're going to imply that gender is no longer male and female, it is your expression of your male and female biological traits that you were born with. And so therefore, this expression of your traits is anything you want it to be any given day. They've even taken it so far as to identify with animals. And there has even been school districts that have allowed kitty litter boxes in their facilities. I kid you not, look it up. Okay, this is a disgusting, in my opinion, it's a cult. And there are very cultish behaviors with this. They don't meet in facilities. They don't go to church. They talk about this stuff over the internet, over TikTok and Instagram. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, talk to a 13-year-old kid. They'll tell you all about it. They know all about it. And it's disgusting and it's wrong. And what's happening is in your policies here, the reason why I'm speaking tonight is I implore you to go over your policies again and look up anything that says gender identity in there. And if gender identity is written in there, what that means is anybody can identify with whatever they want. And they're asking teachers to respect kids' pronouns, which is ridiculous. And their pronouns, if you haven't looked it up, there's 72 different pronouns. I looked it up. And it just gets ridiculous, folks. So I just implore you to look that up and to think about your policies and what you're going to enact in the future so that we can avoid these conflicts in the future, and we can resolve these issues sensitively but respectfully and wisely. Thank you for your time.
Noah James, and I'm sorry I can't read that. I guess he knows. No worries.
He knows
Everyone
what
gets
to
that
say.
moment. Thank you, sir.
Hello, school board. My name is Noah James Tagavan, and I have been a student at MatSu Central for 3 years. Over these 3 years, I have learned the benefits of homeschooling. Homeschooling allows for kids to take whichever curriculum they want, explore their interests with different electives, and can skip grades or take school slow, depending on their learning pace. On the downside, though, most homeschool kids are educated at home by their parents. That is, if they aren't busy with work, which is usually the case. If parents are busy and can't teach their kids, kids learn through online curriculum, like Edgenuity. This might benefit education, but also lack social interaction. This new building will help with the growth of the population of homeschool students, which grew highly, especially in the year of 2021. When COVID-19 hit, public schools shut down, holding kids back on their education. This caused the majority of students to switch their kids to homeschool so they can learn without needing to worry about being behind. MatSu Central now has over 2,800 students, which is 12% of the student population in this district. Along with COVID arriving, there was a drop in social interactions from the lockdowns and the quarantine. The new building will help kids regain social interactions they once had, and maybe even find new friends and get better education from more on-campus classes. On-campus classes allow for a student to gain personal attention, if needed, from a teacher, who can learn how a student grasps a topic to help them learn better. This all might seem expensive, but to teach a kid signed up for public school is about $15,000 to $16,000 per pupil, while homeschooling a student through MatSu Central is only $6,000 to $7,000 per pupil. This building has the potential to save plenty of money per student throughout the district. And when we move into the new building, we won't have to pay a lease, so some money will be saved. Therefore, MatSu Central can use this money to invest more into educational programs and on-site classes, thus benefiting homeschool students. But we need to move into this building very soon. In 2 years' time, our lease in our current locations will be up. And without the new building, MatSu Central can't have in-person classes, which can impact kids' education, their ability to explore their interests, and their social interactions. With all these benefits, it is worth investing in this building. If you approve this, you will help keep MatSu Central up and running, helping homeschool students achieve their educational goals, explore their interests, and regain social interaction opportunities they once had. Thank you all for your service.
Nathan?
Hello, school board. So my brother just went over the benefits of education and the main point of homeschool. But what I'm going to tell you is my experience. So me and my brother started 6th grade homeschooling, and over the last few years, I'm now a freshman, and I'm still doing homeschool because I like the fact I can do school at my own pace. For 6th grade, I was mostly doing school at home. I barely got out of the house, and you could say I was socially awkward. Barely had it. I only did one thing, it was like a robotics class, but that only lasted for about the first semester. After that, most of the stuff I was doing was at sports, which is another fun thing about MatSu Central. You can pick whatever school you want for sports, and you can do whatever type. Then 7th grade, same thing as 6th grade, barely got out of the house and was still socially awkward. But 8th grade came along, and my advisor, who's fabulous, he's now getting me 1 year ahead academically, so I can graduate sooner from high school. And he recommended, hey, if you want, you and your brother can join student government for middle school. And he said it started last year and it's still going, so if you want. And so last year, me and my brother joined the student government, and not having done any social interactions the last 2 years before, we
were still socially awkward, but by the time student government ended, Noah and I gained more social connections than we ever had throughout our lives. And it was nice because Noah and I hung out with each other most of our lives. We wanted to make friends, and student government was the perfect key. And over time, our advisor just kept recommending stuff to, like, hey, if you want, there's this, you seem to do great at student government, there's this available. And then we try that out, and now our advisor just keeps giving us ideas of what to do. And most of the stuff is helping me and my brother, not just academically, but socially. So this new building can help many kids have the same experience I had, going from like having no social interactions at all to like comfortable going into a random party at the school. And the school is super friendly. They accept, I mean, even though some people might look intimidating because of their height or their masculinity, but the school's just friendly. So if you accept this vehicle, you'll help all the kids have the same experience I did. Thank you.
Not only getting into a party, but standing up and facing a bunch of adults. You did very well. Karen Lewis.
Good evening. Good evening. Karen Lewis, LAWYS. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly, School Board members, Ms. Rector. I'm here speaking about the voting machines again. Just a few facts. The Antrim, Michigan forensic audit was performed by the Allied Security Operations Group. This global group includes Department of Defense, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, and CIA. They conclude that, quote, the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systematic fraud and influence election results, end quotes. That's pretty heavy. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The intentional errors lead to bulk, what's that word? Adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. That's good. The Federal Election Commission allowable error rate guidelines is 1 in 250,000 ballots, or 0.0008%. The Allied Security Operations Group observed an error rate of 68.05%. Hello? 68.05%. They said this, quote, demonstrated a significant and fatal error in security and election integrity. This high error rate proves the Dominion voting system is flawed and does not meet state or federal election laws, unquote. The Allied Security Operations Group also stated that the results of the Antrim County 2020 election are not certifiable. They further concluded that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified. The Senate Judiciary Subcommittee stated on December 17, 2020, quote, the oral testimonies of witnesses on December 3, 2020, and subsequently the written testimonies submitted by many others provide ample evidence that the 2020 Georgia general election was so compromised by systematic irregularities and voter fraud that it should not be certified. Dominion voting machines failed a logic and accuracy test a few months ago in El Paso County, Colorado. The exact number of ballots tested was 4,216, of which 2,266 were sent to adjudication. Remember, the Federal Elections Committee allows a 0.0008% error rate, not over 50%. This insanity must stop. A new expert report analyzing the computer hard drive on the Dominion voting systems machine in Mesa County, Colorado, concludes that during the 2020 and the 2021 municipal elections, quote, a critical security failure occurred, unquote, allowing unauthorized databases. In September of 2021, Maricopa County, Arizona, forensic experts found in their audit that 284,412 ballot images were corrupted or missing from the Dominion voting systems machine. We must have secure elections. We deserve integrity and the ability to verify our elections. That means no voting machines of any kind. That's it.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, School Board, my name is John Miller. I'm thankful to be able to report to you once again about our research and discovery regarding hand counting of ballots. But first, I would like to thank the school board for doing the right thing and stopping the divisive transgender policy that causes confusion and harm to our children and our community. So, thank you very much. The objective is to restore faith and confidence in our elections. The goal is transparency, accountability, accuracy, and verifiability to the process, making sure every vote is counted and recorded accurately. This will be accomplished by conducting a hand count at the precinct level and by eliminating the voting machines. I'm sure everybody wants clear and accurate, honest elections, so I'm probably preaching to the choir here. Let's see. We have demonstrated that hand counting ballots at the precinct immediately after the polls close with a fresh new crew of vote counters, candidate observers, numbered ballots, and a camera viewing the whole process is the best way to accomplish this goal. There are four must-haves regarding election integrity. Number one, counting at the precinct level. Moving ballots to a central location increases suspicion, tampering, and decreases observation and transparency. Number two, candidate representative observers. Observers must be able to see and hear each vote read and count and recorded. Number three, numbered ballots help prevent fraudulent ballots from being introduced, ballot harvesting or ballot stuffing, and makes possible retrieving and tracking any ballot. Number four, of course, cameras ensure the process is open, transparent, and prevents any mischief. I reiterate that we believe that the borough elections are well organized and conducted very efficiently, to our borough clerk's credit. However, it's what happens when after the ballot goes into the ballot machine that is of concern. We don't know. This procedure will eliminate any doubt, suspicion, and restore faith and confidence to our elections. One last thing, we collected a number of signatures that people that want to help with the counting of ballots. In just a few days, I got over 70 people that signed up, wanted to sign up to count ballots, so I'm going to give you the list of names. Thank you very much.
Sally Cullen. Kathy Harris. This is maybe a little bit difficult, but I would appreciate very much if the people that sign the sign-in sheets, that they only sign in for themselves. Please don't sign in for somebody else. We give people ample opportunity. It isn't a matter that if you don't sign in, you don't get to talk. And so I would appreciate that. This is the second time this has happened. So thank you very much. Brian Endo.
Brian Endo, your true conservative candidate for MatSu Borough Assembly District 1. Thank you for hearing me. First, I want to thank the board, the school board, for their decision last week. I will do everything that I can in my power in the assembly if I get elected to help you out. Next, I'll apologize to Edna, Mr. Mayor here. Sorry for signing other people up. I won't do that again. We just tried to have people in order. That was the purpose of it, no other reason. I wanted to talk about Dominion machines. So I'm going to throw my experience out here just so you understand where I'm coming from. I have 20 years experience in IT. I was a SQL Server administrator for MTA for a number of years. And I also worked with Dell computers for the majority of my career. So I know these things very, very much backwards and forwards. So the Dominion machines in Mesa County, California, with the clerk Tina Peters there, the clerk was approached by people from Dominion wanting to do the trusted build. This trusted build is nothing more than an upgrade or should have been nothing more than an upgrade or a removal of certain things. I've been involved in many, many builds over my time as an IT professional. And what this trusted build did, and it was from Dominion, it came from the company Dominion. So I don't want you to look at the fact that these machines are probably connected to the internet. I don't want you to look at that, because neither of us have proven either way that you haven't proven that they aren't connected to the internet. I haven't proven that they are. So let's throw that one out. Let's not look at some of the other aspects, but let's look at the company itself that you're putting your faith and your trust into for proper elections here. So this trusted bill went forward, and Tina Peters did the right thing. She did what all IT professionals would do, or she involved the IT or a specialist to actually back up her machines, and then before the trusted build, and then back them up afterwards. So you got a picture before and after of what happened. And in this picture, they found out that that the databases, and database is another thing, but there were multiple databases on this machine, and they basically ruined any chance for you to find out, or they basically wiped the fingerprints off these votes. That's the best way to put it. So they couldn't be traced. This is a big problem. And so there were only a handful of votes out of the thousands that were on there that could actually be traced. And they were overwritten, votes were overwritten, votes were deleted, and a number of things. So I'm asking you to look at the company itself, because if I did something like that as an IT professional, I'd be in jail, waiting to be tried for criminal charges. Consider that when you consider these Dominion machines. They're nothing but junk. Thank you.
Hello? I'm a little shorter. All right, so I'm Tiffany Copeland. I moved here about 3 years ago. I was a teacher down in Jacksonville, also taught in Anchorage. When I was moving here, my husband's like, hey, let's homeschool. And I'm like, you're crazy, right? I like teaching other people's kids. I don't know about my own. And he was like, hey, I hear they give money in Alaska. And I said, there's no way you heard that correctly, right? Because that's wild, right? I'm a trained teacher. I have a master's from UA, right? And he was like, no, it's true. Look it up. So I look it up. And I'm like, all right, I'm sold. Sure, maybe. But what about our kids' socialization, right? And like, I've always been worried, will my kids be social enough? Because I knew the homeschool kids that were not, right? So we get here and they're like, oh, there's this place called MatSu Central. And I'm like, okay, what is that? They're like, it's this place where you can go and homeschool with other people, like in classes, right? And I was just like, that's insane, okay? And so we signed up. 3 years later, I'm still doing it, and now I get it, okay? I get why people do this. I get it why we do it, but I also get why you, the borough, and the assembly and the mayor, right? Thank you. I get why you support it, okay? We are a huge borough, right? Like, I get texts about buses not working in Sutton or something like that. Like, it's huge, right? The homeschool community is helping you out. I am the bus driver, I'm the cafeteria, I'm the nurse, right? Yes, MatSu Central has a nurse, I get it. They have a principal, I get that too, right? My husband's also the principal, right? So what I want to say is, you guys should support MatSu Central in this new building. Yes, you can put it to the voters. I was a government teacher, I get it, that's a great idea, right? But if you know without going to the voters, which you are allowed to do, right, that this is a great idea, then why do that part? Why do that step? I get it, you want their input, but you also know that MatSu Central is saving you money by not having to build schools in random places, right? And not having to find more bus drivers, right? And in my master's program at UAA, we had a whole course about the history of education, right? And all this madness. I couldn't believe we studied it for a semester, okay? But the whole thing was about how education is constantly trying to change, constantly trying to figure out how to do something different because it needs to morph with our times, with the internet, whatever you want to say, right? And I think MatSu Central is a step in that direction, right? I think that you guys should be promoting that step and trying to see the future of what education can be in a state where we have so many weird rules and weird situations that other states don't deal with. Okay, so I'm here to say, please help the school get built. We are out of room. The parking lot is a disaster. Don't even get me started. And the classes are fantastic, and my kids get that social factor. Thank you.
My name is Daphne Christopherson, and I'm a freshman this year at MatSu Central School. Before starting, I want to thank the school board members for their service to the community and for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to talk in support of funding a new building for MatSu Central School. I've homeschooled at MatSu Central for 8 years, beginning in kindergarten. I've taken many classes on site and have had many unique opportunities and experiences that aren't possible in traditional public school. I've also had the opportunity to make friends and learn new things. Each year, I've observed the student body grow, which is really cool and amazing. But as the flow of new students has increased, so has the strain on the school's resources. Tonight, I'd like to talk about the two areas I see in which MatSu Central will benefit from the new building. One is the school parking lot, and the other is a lack of space to meet all the demands to accommodate the K-12 student body. One of the biggest shortcomings to the current building is our parking lot. The lot is small and serves the needs of more than just the school attendees. I can always tell when someone is new to the building because they go the wrong way on the one-way loop. This hinders all traffic going in and out of the lot for at least a couple minutes. There are also inconvenient peak times when lots get congested. During the state map testing, for example, the parking sometimes gets so full that we need to park in the next lot over. As well as the layout being congested and difficult to navigate, there's also no safe area for kids to unload from parents' cars. There's also the added danger of the area the building is in. I remember being 7 years old and being warned repeatedly not to go outside until I saw my parents because there were people in the area that were not safe to be around. Another drawback to our current location is the lack of space in the building, especially in the library. I've been a voracious reader for as long as I can remember, so the library feels like home to me. The books they have inspired me for many years. The problem is that there's no more room to shelve new books, and still less space for sorting the books. Our librarians are incredible and try their best, but there's no good way to sort the books in the space we have. I see easy readers next to dystopian young adult books. And despite our librarians' best efforts, I'm sure some younger children might have accidentally checked out mature books. In addition to housing the books, the library is also where students can go to check out equipment, anything from musical instruments to cameras. Most of these resources are stored in the back room, where some of my favorite classes used to take place. The room has become so full that classes can no longer take place inside, and they either had to be canceled or moved to different rooms, placing more strain on the school's already crammed room rotations. And as the amount of things that needed to be stored in the library has increased, the space in which families used to study has decreased. Kids and families used to study and pass the time in the library between classes, but now there are no longer enough tables in quiet areas. I know my own family is missing being able to stay there, instead of spending time and gas commuting back and forth. In conclusion, I think MatSu Central needs a new location sooner rather than later. We need a building that meets our unique needs as a homeschooling community. I love MatSu Central and I'm excited about a new building for years. I hope you'll take my words into consideration. Thank you.
supposed to follow that? Really? Thought you might like to hear a little more about MatSu Central. My name is Nathan Chud, and I'm an assistant principal at MatSu Central School, where I've served the past 5 years. I speak today as a product of the MatSu Borough School District and as a public servant like yourselves who wants nothing but the very best for my community. As you've already heard and will further hear this evening, MatSu Central School serves nearly 12% of the students in the district. Still, there remains significant misinformation about what MatSu Central is and what we do. I can appreciate the complication of understanding why a homeschool program needs a building. We would welcome each of you to our current facilities so you can more accurately see how our school operates and why a new building is fundamental to our students' success. Although we were founded as a correspondence school, when we became MatSu Central and initiated a more robust on-site program, we saw our graduation rate nearly double. It's true that many of our students complete their coursework at home, but many more participate in our on-site classes or seek out extended learning opportunities. Our school has been consistently serving this community for 50 years, and our hope for a new building is to more effectively continue to do just that. Our team is well into meetings with an architectural firm designing this long-awaited facility, and we've spent much of our creative efforts ensuring that this building is conceived and constructed less as a traditional school and more as a community center. We want the learning spaces in our new building to accommodate courses for more students, rather than turning kids and teachers away like we had to do earlier this month. In fact, we want to welcome other community members to freely use these learning spaces and share their expertise with our kids. We want our common area to be able to host events like the MatSu Federal Credit Union's Financial Reality Fair without having to shut down our on-site program like we will have to do this coming January. According to surveys we've completed with our families, a gym is a very high priority, but our gym will be a gift to the entire valley. We want this gym space to be used for community activities like basketball or tennis clubs throughout the long winter months, and we've been adamant about designing it with after-school access in mind. We want to welcome local business leaders to our Flapjack Fridays to speak with students about career opportunities without having to limit options for academic tutoring as well. And yes, if you're wondering, you heard that right, we eat pancakes on a weekly basis. Like I said, you're welcome to come visit anytime. This new building will directly serve over 2,100 students of the MatSu Borough School District, which is reason enough to stop questioning and keep acting. But more than that, this building will serve our entire community, and it will do so not as a side product, but as a core aspect of MatSu Central's mission. This is who we are, and this is what we do. Thank you.
Gibbs. Don Gibbs. Oh, you want to speak. Okay, sorry. You see the hand signals. Rainey. I don't want to butcher this. Oh, she's coming. She's going to say, yay!
Hello, my name is Rainey Spurlock, and I want to tell you...
That's not so bad. It looked much more puzzling to me than that. Sorry.
That's all right. I want to tell you a little bit about my school, MatSu Central. The environment has the warmth and comfort of teachers and classes that kids and teens can't get from staying home all day. And trust me, I don't think any of us want to stay at home with our parents all day. Have you heard of 2020? To make this all available for as many kids as possible, though, we need a new building that provides the space we desperately require. In a regular homeschool environment, the parent is the only teacher, and the social interactions are relatively sparse. But you get the extra time and freedom. On the flip side, with a regular brick and mortar school, you have a very regimented schedule and lots of opportunities for friendships, but less freedom to choose what you really want to pursue instead. Both of these work for different people, but our school is a beautiful mesh of what it takes for both to help develop young minds and young people into the best they can be. We need a building so that the kids in our school can continue reaping the benefits of this beautiful hybrid mesh of both things great about homeschool and regular school. We have a tiny library. Everyone loves to read. Everyone needs to read. Reading is the best way to teach people about all the things they could learn about, whether it be sci-fi or history. We have a desperate, and I mean desperate, need for a gym. These are all things that kids deserve to have a better experience with that could be solved with a new building. I feel that I and other students are highly missing out on a plethora of opportunities that this new school building could bring. But what I mainly want to explain today is that our school is absolutely wonderful, but could be definitely improved with a larger building and more space to keep this awesome opportunities happening for other people. Thank you. Very good.
Good evening.
Turn that mic on.
Oh, sweet, thank you. Good evening, Mayor DeVries, School Board President Ponder, Assembly members, school board members, and all the staff. My name is Barbara Gerard. I am the principal of Academy Charter School. I'm thankful that the MatSu School District values offering parents a wide variety of educational options for children. The charter school's population has continued to grow. Currently, we have 1,932 students attending 7 charter schools. This represents close to 11% of the district's student population. Charter schools do not receive extra funding to pay for their facilities. This means charter schools must use their instructional funds, both state and local funds, for and to pay for facilities, rent, maintenance, and upkeep. A few years ago, the Alaska State Legislature worked towards a new statute. It was 1403-260, speaking to the funding of charter schools, attempting to address this concern through state aid in Alaska Statute 1411. Now, this statute didn't quite go as far as we had hoped. It did not address facilities. So currently, the charter schools must continue to use their instructional funds to pay for all these pieces. We hope that the MatSu School District and the school and the MatSu Assembly will move forward with keeping charter schools as their top priority for funding with the legislature, and also specifically request that the Alaska State Legislature and even specifically the MatSu Legislative Delegation convene a working group to draft legislation for the 33rd Alaska State Legislature to address the facility funding issues for charter schools. In 1995, the charter school law passed. That's a long time ago. We've proven ourselves. It's time to give us homes that we can be proud of and not have to waste public funds on rent. Please help us address this issue. It's time. It's about students in our district. Please help us. We would really appreciate all of you working towards us and coming together to, number one, set us as a top priority for the legislature for funding, and also for convening a works group to fix this. Thank you so much.
David Eastman.
Thank you. My name is David Eastman. I'd like to remind each of you about something that was publicly known a couple of years ago, but I think some have lately forgotten. It's an article written by NBC, and it was on the topic of the internet. If someone else didn't want to speak to that topic of voting machines, I'll speak to it briefly just by sharing a couple of portions of the article. The title was Online and Vulnerable. Experts find nearly 36 U.S. voting systems connected to internet. And that came out in 2020, 2 years ago. It was an insurance designed to bolster public confidence in the way America votes. Voting machines are not connected to the internet. Then acting Undersecretary for Cybersecurity and Communications at the Department of Homeland Security, Jeanette Manfra said those words in 2017, testifying before Congress, while she was responsible for the security of the nation's voting machines. So many government officials like Manfra have said the same thing over the last few years that is commonly accepted as gospel by most Americans. But that's an overstatement, according to a team of 10 independent cybersecurity experts who specialize in voting systems and elections. While the voting machines themselves are not designed to be online, the larger voting systems in many states end up there, putting the voting process at risk. We found over 35 voting systems been left online. We're still continuing to find more. Kevin Scoglin, the Senior Technical Advisor, the Election Security Advocacy Group, National Election Defense Coalition, told NBC News. The largest manufacturer of voting systems, ES&S, told NBC News their systems are protected by firewalls and are not on the public internet. But both Scoglin and Andrew Appel, a Princeton computer science professor and expert on elections, said such firewalls can and have been breached. AT&T and Verizon and so on try and protect as best as they can the security of their phone network from the rest of the internet, but it's still part of the internet. There can still be security holes that allow hackers to get inside the phone network. Scoglin said that they had identified only one company among the systems they detected online, ES&S. ES&S confirmed they had sold scanners with wireless modems to at least 11 states. While the company's website states that 0 of its voting tabulators are connected to the internet, ES&S told NBC News 14,000 of their DS200 tabulators with online modems are currently in use around the country. What NBC shared with us 2 years ago was that when you go to the company's website and you read their official documents, they tell you that they're not connected to the internet. But when NBC spoke to them, they said 14,000 of their devices are connected to the internet. Thank you.
Candace Carpenter.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Candace Carpenter. Thank you all for being here and for letting us be here to talk. MatSu Central needs a new building in a very bad way. I have 5 kids, and I've been homeschooling for over 10 years now. I love schooling at home and doing the things that I see fit to teach my children. I love that I can do things on my own and have my kids around me. It's my favorite thing about homeschooling. But they do need time away, right? We all need time and space. I feel if I feel the need to keep my kids home to educate them, I want the best that there is out there. I don't want to have to compromise just because I'm homeschooling. So we need options, right? MatSu Central is one of those options. And it is a good option right now, but I know with a new building, it can be a great option, an amazing option. We've heard a lot of things that need to be fixed with the current situation, the parking lot, teachers' advisors all having to share rooms. The library needs to be updated. Resources, classes, they don't have a class or a classroom for the classes that they want to offer. So my personal story is that my son needed a math class, and he was a son that I kind of butted heads with. I wanted to keep him at home with me. I didn't feel like it was right to send him out yet. There are things in the public school system right now that I feel uncomfortable with. And so I felt like he needed to be home still. So I looked into options for homeschooling for this math class. And what I really wanted to see was math given at MatSu Central. Now, currently, this year they did come up with some options to homeschool or to have homeschool math, but last year they didn't. And I am so grateful they have it now. I really wish they would have had it last year to help us. That would have been awesome. So this year they have a math class that one of the advisors is teaching, but she just told me today she doesn't have the supplies she needs to provide an efficient and effective math class. And anyway, so that's what I would love to see more classes and more classrooms, better facilities for us to feel like we have a home, a place to go when our kids need friends and other places to fulfill their education needs. So, thank you.
Now, if there's anybody that hasn't testified that's here that would like to, you're welcome to come forth.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, school board members. My name is Vicki Hewitt. I'm a 40-year Borough resident. I have raised 3 kids in the MatSu Borough School District system, and I'm the current MSEA president. MatSu Central is very important to our school system, and they are busting at the seams. Building a facility is clearly more fiscally sound than renting. We need to support moving forward to accomplish this goal. However, I highly object to making the school district pay for the building. AS 14.14.060F, and I'm quoting but cutting some of the fluff to get down to the core of its meaning, it clearly states, the Borough Assembly shall provide for all construction of school buildings. The school board has already approved to pay for part of this building. They believe in this project so much they're willing to move forward with that. And it's my understanding that the Assembly made a deal or an agreement with the district to put the rest of it up for a bond vote. But they went back on that agreement, and I did not see that on the last bond, or the last vote we had. And now they're asking them to take millions more out of their reserve to pay for this building. The district, through the wise management of their budget manager, built this reserve, not to pay for new buildings, but for other necessary things that may come up. And the school district will not own this building. You, us, the borough, will own this building. So, I repeat, AS 14.14.060F, with the fluff cut out. The Borough Assembly shall provide for all construction of school buildings. So please do your job and pay for the school. Thank you.
Anything else that you'd like to? Yes.
So my name is
Can you
Kelly.
pull the mic down?
Sorry, yes.
Very
short. So my name is Killian Connolly. I've been a MatSu Central student for 2 years now. This is my 2nd year. And here's my speech. I love MatSu Central in many ways. For example, the teachers are kind, fair, understanding, and are always there when you need them. Another example is the classes. They allow you to do the classes you want to do so you can make a flexible schedule for your family. Some of my favorite classes were Lego Robotics, Mystery Science, and Science Olympiads. Those are the reasons I love MatSu Central. I think having a new building would help students a lot. For instance, there will be a gym, which is fun for all ages, and a great place to do PE classes. There will also be a playground, which will be great for outdoor activities and just having fun. It will also be a great place to go if you have a little bit of free time in between classes. In conclusion, a new building would really help us out.
Pull it down.
Yep. I am Ty Jason Conley, and this is my, yeah. So, MatSu Central is amazing for many reasons, including the teachers. They are understanding, fun, thoughtful, and helpful. Another reason MatSu Central is outstanding is the field trips. They are fun and unique. And probably my favorite part of them are the teachers for the field trips. And last but not least, friends. In MatSu Central, friends could be around every corner. I've made more friends in MatSu Central than in any other schools I've ever been to. MatSu Central is outstanding, but one thing that would make it better is a new building. For one thing, it is going to have a bigger library. That is good because it needs more books and a larger space to read and relax. And it will have a gym, which is good because physical fitness is important. In conclusion, a new building is a great idea. And special thanks to, these are some of my teachers, special thanks to Miss Gina, Miss Katie, and Mr. Boyden for the field trip of a lifetime at the Alaska Coastal Studies Center. Yeah.
So I'm actually first going to speak for these three. You're too little to feel comfortable speaking to everybody, but they wrote something and they wanted to share their thoughts. So this is Tiernan. He's a second grader at MatSu Central. He wrote, "I love MatSu Central because the teachers help me." Picture. He wrote, "I would love a new building for MatSu Central because I will make friends." I have, okay, this is Caden. He's in kindergarten. "I love MatSu Central because the teachers are nice." And he wrote, "I would love a new building for MatSu Central because it will have a playground for playing on." They have high hopes. And Damon, he's also in kindergarten at MatSu Central. And he wrote, "I love MatSu Central because it has Lego robotics." And he wrote, "I would love a new building for MatSu Central because I want to have a swing and a castle in the playground." All right, so thank you. My name is Nicole Connolly. Thank you to the board for your service to our district and for giving us the opportunity to speak on behalf of our children and our families. 1 year ago, my husband and I moved our family of 5 boys $4,000 miles from our home just outside New York City. We left our entire extended family, our house my husband built, and our business, and we arrived in the MatSu Valley to finally live the life we knew our children needed. Because work was and still is uncertain, the possibility of moving around a bit in the valley is a real one. MatSu Central was and is the perfect solution for our situation. Since we became a part of MatSu Central, I have been truly astounded at the dedication of the teachers and advisors, the variety of classes offered in a small space, and the wonderful off-campus experiences and field trips. What an ideal mix of homeschool and in-school activities. When my sons went to school in New York City, they were tired all the time, and so was I. We never had enough family time, and we didn't even participate in sports. Most families we knew never even sat down to a family meal together. MatSu Central allows us to have the life we want with our children while they learn. They have the freedom to learn about anything and everything, and we can create a schedule that works for our family. The staff does an incredible job offering classes and experiences even in a limited space. Now imagine the learning that can happen in a more appropriate building. Education and learning does not always have to take place in a traditional school setting, but that doesn't mean that our children do not need or want some of the experiences offered in a traditional school. We choose to homeschool, but our children still need peers and friends. My boys love learning at home, but they also fantasize about having access to a science lab so they can build on what we study. They ask for slides and swings to play on while they wait for their brothers, and a gym so they can join their peers in sports or PE classes. And I personally would love a waiting room for families so that we can get to know each other better. One of my favorite parts of MatSu Central is that I, along with my children, meet the other students and families and teachers. Some of the closest friends our family has ever made are the incredible people I met while waiting in the library for my twins to finish story time. It would have been very helpful for the patient and kind librarians if we had a waiting room or a family room to get to know each other. But this is what MatSu Central is about. It is as much about family education and support as it is about student education and support. The staff embraces all types of families in all situations. The school welcomes families into the building to be a part of the learning experience, even if it is for something as simple as waiting for a child to finish a short class because they are little and need to know that mommy is close by. That is the beauty of MatSu Central. It is not a traditional school, and it gives families the flexibility of homeschooling and offers the consistency and security children need by having access to a physical building with a staff who knows and loves them and their families. We choose to homeschool because we live in a state that embraces all styles of learning and schooling, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. We ask that you remember this and our children when you make plans for our future. Support a new building for MatSu Central, and you will support a truly unique and beautiful learning experience for us all. Ms. Gina Chastain said it best on our recent field trip. We are a family here. Please give our MatSu Central family what we need. Thank you.
Anyone who hasn't testified would like the opportunity to? Why don't you just go ahead and line up?
I'm here, Assembly Borough. I'm Karen Lyons, and we're failing our students. It takes a village to raise a child. Our village has fallen apart. I'm here to speak about the school bus issue the MatSu School District is having. It's unacceptable. 2 days a week, parents have to come up with a solution to get their kids to school. How do working parents do that? Do they leave their first grader and fourth grader home 2 days a week by themselves? Parents quit their jobs in this economy. We already have the lowest scores in the nation, and now we can't get our kids to school. School starts an hour later on Mondays, so that's an additional burden on our students and teachers and parents. The school board cannot seem to find a solution for this busing problem. The kids are home potentially by themselves all day long, and even longer on Mondays because of the hour later start date time. I feel it's time for the Assembly to step in and help the school district find a solution to this educational mess, because we're not doing our kids any favors. Thank you.
I'm here to support MatSu Central and the new building. I thought I had to homeschool my kids. I was convinced that they were incapable of learning from me. But when the year 2020-21 happened, it seemed like it was going to be the best fit for us. I chose MatSu Central because of the connection with public school and the fact that you could attend classes if they get to the high school level, which obviously do not. You get to attend classes through the high school. But not only has it provided us a great opportunity for my son to feel the most comfortable and be the happiest, it has also provided me with some of the best friends that I've ever made. We met during story time at MatSu Central, and we all met in the library. And it was very tiny. There's not a lot of chairs, so we sat in the tiny little kid seats at the tiny little table, where not everybody's hips fit into the chairs. And sometimes we got stuck. But ever since then, we have started a text chain where we intentionally sign up for classes so that we as parents can meet up and have parent time and support each other. as well as having our kids have friends. On top of that, I'd like to bring out the point that MatSu has provided our economy support as well. By attending MatSu Central, we're allowed to support the economy and the local classes that some of our businesses here provide. There's cake decorating classes, there are the gymnastic classes, there are archery classes and piano and all kinds of music. So MatSu Central is needed and it is supporting us, our borough, and the people who live here. My son wrote a letter. Do you want to read it? Okay, I'll read it for him. He said, I like homeschool. I can be at home with my mom and dad. I like being able to spend time with family when they visit. That includes aunts, uncles, grandmas, grandpas, and including his older brothers. I like being at home. I like taking a class like piano, archery, and drumming lessons that I got to do during homeschool. Okay. Every year, my mom asks me if I want to keep attending MatSu Central, and I say yes. Thank you very much. I hope you support our new building.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members and school district members. Thank you for having us and listening. My name is Tiffany Trice, and I am a teacher at Birch Tree Charter School. I have 2 children that attend there. Prior to teaching there, I've also taught in our public schools, as well as at the Twinley Charter Homeschool school. I want to come here asking for support for Birch Tree Charter School as well, and our building, new building. As MatSu Central has come up and explained how they are a school that has a wide variety of parents and students who come to them to meet different needs. Birch Tree Charter is also a school that is available to meet the needs of other families, particularly families that maybe don't homeschool or can't homeschool. I know personally for myself, it is easier to manage a class of 25 children than it is 2 of my own. So I teach other people's children, but I want a school that my students go to that is different than the normal neighborhood school. And our Birch Tree Charter School has those options. Academy Charter School has those options. Midnight Sun has those options. We are wanting to offer our students what meets their needs based on what their parents want them to be in. And so we just ask that you support those needs. For Birch Tree Charter School in particular, as MatSu Central has mentioned, their parking lot, if you would like to visit us at 3 o'clock any given day, it will take you 15 to 20 minutes to get to us because the line of cars goes all the way up to the Palmer-Wasilla Highway from our parking lot. We offer a lot of additional extracurriculars for students. Part of our regular curriculum include handwork where they learn knitting and sewing. And they also do woodwork, but in our woodwork shop, they can only have 12 kids at a time. And with a classroom of 24, how do you manage having half of your class in for woodwork and half your class not? Our library, I can send 4 to 5 students at a time to our library because our library is very small, same as MatSu Central. We have these needs that we are outgrowing our building because we have families who want to be at our school. We have families who want to be at MatSu Central. So all of our charter schools have families that want to be there. We're not able to always accommodate them, or we have to do it in a very limited size. I also coach cross country, and my students have to run through neighborhoods to get in running practice for cross country. And we keep it as safe as we can. But with a new building in the site that had previously been selected, we could have running trails where we are away from roads and streets where we can run safely. We cook with our students, and it would be lovely to have a larger kitchen to cook with our students. And so we just ask that you keep these things in mind when you're making your decisions. Thank you.
Assembly, school board members, my name is Denise Boland, and thank you very much for being here. Back in 1999, if someone had ever told me that I would have been a homeschool mom or a homeschool grandma, I would have said, no way. I come from a family of school teachers. And back in those days, going anywhere but to the public school was a big no-no. We found myself, my husband was in the military, we found ourselves in a very odd situation where I had to homeschool. And I don't know if anyone in Alaska knows this, but you guys are what made that possible. I was in Japan. The program that we used came straight from the state of Alaska. So I thank you for that, because you saved me, my sanity, my husband, and my child when we were in another foreign country. We have done public school, we have done private school, we have done charter schools, we have done homeschooling. The last experience I had with MatSu Central was over 7 years ago with one of my grandchildren. And at that time, the school was busting at the seams. I can only imagine what it's like now. So I would just like to say, build the school, because two of my grandkids are graduated high school now. I have 3 more on the way. And who knows, they're in public school now, but we may need to homeschool them. And I would like to think that there's room for them. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to testify on any subject?
Good evening, Todd Smolden with the Governor's Office here in the MatSu. I will not take my whole 3 minutes because we've had an hour and a half of testimony already, but I just feel like I'd like to say a few words for the Governor based on what I've seen here. I think he would like to offer some thank yous. I think first he would want to thank the young people who have been active participants in the public process and testimony. I know as a former educator, he'd be very impressed with that. I'd also like to thank the parents who have spoken tonight. The Governor's huge priority is educational choice, because he believes that parents really do make the best decisions for their children, and the MatSu School District offers a tremendous amount of choice. So thank you to the parents who are here, who are homeschooling, who are doing hybrid education for their children, because they know what is best for them. And the third thank you would be to the MatSu Borough Assembly, the school board, the school district staff, because we have a pretty great borough. And we have really good leaders. And I know the Governor would like to thank you, because you have been working together on MatSu Central, you've been working together on other projects, and so thank you for what you're doing to serve the parents and the community.
Anyone else that would like to address the school board and the assembly?
I'm going to make it quick because I have a newborn in the back and was fussing, so I didn't know if I was going to make it up here. My name is Janice Reisman, and I would like to thank you guys all for being here tonight. The motto for the MatSu Borough School District is, we prepare students for success. Many parents have also taken this to a better stride, and we've decided to do alternative options like homeschool or charter schools. So I would like support from the assembly and the board on this. There's a lot of great options out there, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. And a lot of parents have done their research and have found that the school that works for them for now. As a newer family to homeschooling, I've had many positive experiences at MatSu Central. However, I have noticed with my limited amount of time there that there's definitely some negative things. One, being limited class sizes and the amount of classes that they can offer. Teachers share office spaces, so when you go in there and do an IOP meeting, you might have another teacher in there, not like you have anything to hide or anything like that, but it's not the best work situation to have 2 different meetings or just different things going on. Also, we have 2 locations for MatSu Central. My students can attend classes in downtown Wasilla, but my daughter receives speech therapy here in Palmer. So you're running, as a parent, I'm running back and forth. And then the parking issue at either location is not ideal at all. So I would like to see support from you folks on moving forward with buildings for all options of school. Thanks.
Anyone else would like to testify?
Good evening. My name is Melinda Haynes. Thank you all for being here and taking the time, and I'll try and make this quick also. A little bit about my background and my daughter's background. My daughter has gone to regular brick and mortar schools in the past. She's gone to private schools. She's homeschooled. She's gone back to brick and mortar schools. She's gone to college to take classes, back to homeschool. So we have done a lot of options to find what is best for her. I've been a teacher for 25 years, and I have taught in a typical brick and mortar high school. I've taught in the village. I have taught with IDEA, where I know people here have kids. I've taught at Raven, which is also another homeschool program. And then I wanted to go back into the public brick and mortar school, because in those programs, you do a lot of work with parents, but you don't see kids a lot. And I was missing my heart fill to be with kids. So I went back into the MatSu School District, one of our choice schools, working at an alternative school. And then I went to MatSu Central for some training. And I walked in and I saw that, I worked with homeschool programs for a long time, but I didn't even know what MatSu Central was. And I walked in and saw what it was, and I loved it, because we are more than a school, and that's where I work now. We get to work with parents and families, but we also get to see kids and help them fulfill their potential. They get to come in and we can teach classes that are interesting to us and that families also need. We want to teach many more classes, but we can't do that because we don't have the space. And I know that many of the people in this room agree that a building needs to be built. And my request coming up here is just to ask that that doesn't go to a vote. And you just decide tonight that the building will be built. And that way it won't delay the build, if that would come to it. And we can continue to move forward and pay for a building that we will own, rather than pay for money that we are just leasing to somebody else. Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify? Okay, we have one online. Okay, come on, you come first. Go ahead.
Let everybody have an opportunity. And I'm just very thankful to God for the meeting last night to stop this transgender thing that's being pushed upon us. I just pray we do not allow it. It's perverting our children. And so I just really pray that we would just everybody would do whatever we can to stop this. I want to talk about voter integrity. And so as there's been the proof that the voting machines are computers and all computers are hackable, there's so much proof we don't need to talk about the proof anymore. I don't want to. I want to talk about the solution. So we have a resolution that's been presented, and it does allow the machine to be involved in the borough and in the state and national elections. And then there is, hopefully, we're going to get a hand count after the machine. And I just know that it is very difficult to get rid of the voting machines for the state and national elections. The borough elections is going to be much easier. But there's no integrity in putting your vote in any kind of a machine. And even if there are state laws and ordinances and all kinds of things stopping it, whatever those laws or ordinances are, they're taking away our vote. And we cannot that's totally unacceptable, and we cannot let it happen.
I don't think you stated your name
Oh, no,
for your
sorry.
testimony. Would you do that, please? Thank you.
Richard, stop.
Thank you, sir. We have one person online. Okay, thanks, Kayla. So whoever's online, if they'd go ahead and start speaking, please. We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, did you hear my intro?
No. So
Okay.
we need your
All right.
name and start over, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, and my name is Patty Farren, F as in Frank, A-R-R-E-N, and I'm the principal of American Charter Academy. And I'm speaking tonight to represent the American Charter community. I want to reaffirm American Charter's great need for a new school building. The borough has already granted us a parcel of land, and we have used our own funds to hire a local architect firm to design our new school, but we still need to secure funding to start the building process. I once again approach the Assembly, and I urge you to consider the inadequate accommodations in which ANC now resides and the useless waste of resources we expend to rent such a poor facility. ANC's goal is to move into our new school no later than the fall of 2025. And that is a realistic goal if we procure funding this school year. With funds, this job can go out to bid this coming March, and we can start building this summer. And now is a prime time to pursue funding, and our hopes are that the Assembly will take our needs seriously. I'm tremendously thankful for the work you've already done with American Charter, and welcome the opportunity to work with you in the future as we seek avenues for funding and start building our new school. Thank you.
Thank you. So one last time for anyone present.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Sense, and I spoke here a few weeks back, and I just wanted to reiterate I've been a steady follower of voting integrity, and I read a lot about it. Unfortunately, I'm consumed with it, but I've been trying to figure out how I'm able to convey the intensity of this in so many states that they're having difficulties. The state of Florida right now has I think of the Orlando area, they have a voter integrity summit in which they're questioning the machines. And just today, on the 13th of this month, I decided to come in because I watched this earlier today and I was very much impressed with it. If you go to Frank's Speech or Lindell TV, they have a lot on there of what's happening in many states, and there is a strong pattern from state to state that these Dominion machines are being used in the same way in so many states. It's very normal. Am I too close?
No, it's not you. Who's ever online, please mute their phone. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, I just want to encourage you. There's so much evidence out there. There's no way in a short time like this that I can present it. But I'd like to assure you that it's out there, and for any of you that have any doubts as to this integrity, the integrity of these machines, it's hard to find. It's known in the forensic study of it as the perfect crime. It is very hard to get to the truth unless you have an opportunity to get inside the machines, and a lot of that is protected information. Very difficult to get into the machines and study it. But I just learned today that Dr. Walter C. Daughtery over in Colorado, Mesa City, Colorado, was speaking about the parallel programs that they found in just that county, and they're expanding out to other counties, and they have found this in other states that they have parallel programs. It's like 2 sets of books, and it's right programmed in the machine, and they can report one set of books, and you go back and check it, and you look at another set of books. It's known as the perfect crime. And so I just want to encourage you, if you have an opportunity, because it's so important to our republic. If we don't have fair elections, nothing else really matters. And in a constitutional republic, we have to ensure election integrity. And so I want to encourage you that there's one site out there, Frank's Speech or Lindell TV, and it has some real experts on there. And I'm sure that as you expose yourself to what's out there, it's hidden by the main media. Very few people talk about it. You don't find it on any of the legacy news. But if you dig for it, it's amazing how much is out there. And just my neighbors and other people that I talk to, they've lost a lot of confidence in our elections. And it's not because of the good people that run it. It's because of the systems that are being used that can be manipulated by just a few people. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Lloyd Thurman, thank you to all, Mayor, Assembly, and School Board. Thank you very much for this. The kiddos surely don't want to dismiss anything of what they have already said to us. It's so powerful. We homeschool our kids because I was a pilot overseas and stuff. And we came in and we hunted all through Alaska up here because I was flying out of here. And we came out to the valley and we chose Colony because it had more of a flexible situation where they were dealing with my oldest son who had dyslexia. And of course, I didn't realize until I had my son that I also had dyslexia. So in this world, what we have to learn is, you don't cut everybody a huss. You don't cut slack. We're in a world competition is what we're in. And therefore, we have to compete. So if you have a learning disability or whatever else, you have to figure out a way to be able to beat it. And when I was going through school, I spent many midnight hours because I didn't want to be in with the dummies. I wanted to be in with the quicker kids. So I want to encourage you with everything that you're doing here in relation to this. As far as the kiddos and stuff, I think it's fantastic. Concerning shifting gears a little bit to the elections and the voting machines, I really want to encourage you. This is no joke about what we're talking about. And I just got a news flash. It was here. It came in, and this was coming into breaking news. Mike Lindell, the Pella guy, was just raided by the FBI. We're now officially living in a weaponized police state. Rigged elections and all. Our country is electing stop in the world. The majesty of the United States is gone. We can't let this happen. We have to take back our country. And the way we can do it is by taking it back with our borough and being very sincere about doing that in the precincts so that basically you're able to have that done very easily so that it's accountable and there isn't any means of corruption. Not saying that there is any here, but just saying to make sure that it can. And I believe this thing can spread like wildfire among the counties in the lower 48 if they begin to see us. It's a golden opportunity, folks. Please vote for this at the precinct levels and the things that Brian Engel and the team has put forward. Please, please, please do it.
Anyone else who would like to testify? Okay, let's see. Good evening. Nobody's online. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close audience participation. The next item is joint items of business, and Dr. Crane is on the phone, and he's going to start us off in the discussion of achievement and enrollment update.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to make sure everybody can hear me. I have a poor connection, and I want to thank Deputy Superintendent Fultz and Associate Superintendent Ainsworth and Everett for standing by. I'm at a family reunion, and I really appreciate them supporting and be with my family this week. So can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Yes, and they've started.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right. So I can't see what's going on there, so I have a hard copy, and I think I have my in case my phone cuts out, somebody can just step in. I don't want to delay the meeting at all. So I'll just go through this quick achievement update. Before I get to that, I just want to talk really briefly about our enrollment. Enrollment numbers are great. We have met our projections for operations within, not counting charter schools. Our charter school numbers are a little low, and that's primarily due to the Connect Charter School, brand new charter school this year, and their initial projections, they didn't hit their projections. So short story, we have as many kids as we've ever had in the MatSu Borough School District. That's a good thing. And with that, I think the achievement presentation is up. So we'll start on page where it's a picture of my favorite basketball team, the Portland Trail Blazers. And for the rest of this presentation, I'm going to be both and a coach. So I have two pictures of me being a fan, I guess, and then me being. So I'm a fan of all of the employees in our and the work that they do. But I'm also the coach, so when I see areas that we need to improve, I need to call it. And I don't think anything that I'm going to show tonight has anything to do with effort. You know, as a coach, when I've been a coach in the past, the only thing I ever said about was one team didn't try. And every time I go into schools, what I see is a bunch of professionals who are working their hardest for kids in MatSu, and I really appreciate that. On to slide 2. There's a number of slides right now that I'm going to go through that just has a bunch of achievement data. And I'm going to start out with some achievement where we look pretty good as a district, and then where we don't look as good with the district. So on this slide, the English language arts peaks data for 4th grade. I have a whole bunch of slides about 4th grade. I'm not picking on 4th grade. This just happens to be a convenient pick because there's some other national tests that happen to be in 4th grade. On this measure, we look pretty good. The state of Alaska is in red and MatSu Borough School District's in blue, and you can see that we're beating the state in 4th grade by about 10%. That's a good thing. If we go to the next slide, it's 4th grade peaks in math. And you see the same thing where we're beating the state by about 10%, but if you look really critically, you can see that, well, only 42% of our students last year met or did in math proficiency in 4th grade. That means, 57.53% did not. So I can be both a fan and on this slide. If we look further, if we look at the 4th grade math proficiency, this is a test that's given for our students and other 4th grade students all across the country, literally like millions of them. So in 4th grade math, compared to the rest of the country, well, we look about average. The country, of course, will always be 50%, and we were 50%. On the next slide, though, when we look, now I have to be more, there's something going on where the rest of the country is beating our fourth graders. 50% for the United States and only 40% for us. Slide 7, there's another test called NAEP, and I want to be real, I'm going to spend some time on this one. NAEP is a national test where schools across the country are selected at random, and then the data is reported at the state level. It's not reported at the school level. So the data on this and in the next several slides are for the state of Alaska. They aren't for MatSu Borough School District. But if you keep the previous slides that I showed you, where we were better than the state average, but not significantly better, I just need you to hold that in your head. So this first slide, once again, fourth grade math, which is why I showed the other fourth grade test. You can see this is the most recent NAEP data, which was 2000. We ranked, it looks like 49 out of 54. That includes the territories like Puerto Rico and Guam. That's certainly not good for the state of Alaska. And then you could say, well, of course, MatSu Borough School District is better than the rest of the state of Alaska, but we aren't months ahead of the rest of the state of Alaska. And sometimes I said, in a state where we're like one of the worst, MatSu Borough School District is the best, but I want much more than that for our students. If we look on the next slide, which I think is slide 8, on the map for 2019, the most recent data published, Alaska ranked dead. You may have noticed that, like up at the top, they had Mississippi. So Mississippi is 27th. On the previous slide, I think Mississippi was very similar, about 25th. I never thought I'd say this in real life, but I'm saying it for about 3 or 4 months now. We need to be more like Mississippi. And that Mississippi changed things. Over time, they really looked at what they were doing, and they did things like professional learning communities. They adopted some of the new curriculums that we're looking at, and they really focused on, and they dramatically changed what had happened, what was happening there. Check to make sure that we're tracking along with what I'm seeing on my paper. The next slide should slide 9. And then at the top it says, I'm trying to convince folks that we need to change. Is that the slide that's up for everybody?
Yes.
Oh. So here's, on this one I'm trying to show what has happened over time. The blue graphs are the years 15, 16 through 17, 18. So it's language arts, map assessment, and then the red one is the more recent years. And so what's here is that we were better and now we're worse. So I have to be the coach again. Like, we used to be better and now we're worse. What's going on? The next slide, we're going to see the exact same thing, exact same pattern. Back in those older days, there wasn't a for the very young primary students, so there's nothing to compare against. But the elementary and middle school, and I believe this one on slide 10 is read. If we go to slide 11, you'll see the exact same thing, except this is for, and I know the board has seen this, so I'm going quickly, because the point I really want to emphasize that we have some work to do, and it's not from lack of effort. I led with that. If we go to slide 12, you're going to, a red line, which is Mississippi, and the blue line, which is the state of Alaska. And remember, we're than the rest of the state of Alaska, but we're remarkably better. And over the last, 6 or 7 years, we've actually lost ground relative to ourselves because we're doing the same things. Meanwhile, places like Mississippi, which I can't believe I'm saying, they changed. And you can see that this particular one on slide 12 is reading. And over that time period, they went from the 18th percentile, which is nothing, great, up to the 32nd percentile, which is what the state of Alaska has done. And during that time, we lost ground relative to ourselves. The next one, this shows, because while Mississippi was changing, the rest of the country was changing too on slide 13. And the top line, 0, that's the national average. So over this time period, Mississippi has approached the national average from being, about 11 points below. And during that same time period, Alaska has lost ground. So we're doing better than the rest of Alaska, but Alaska has lost all kinds of ground. Next slide, it's the same, going to be the same two things. The next two ones are about math. And you can see this one where it's the students from Mississippi, they improve while the students of Alaska stay pretty flat. And then you compare on slide 15 to the rest of the country, and you see here Mississippi actually has exceeded the national average, and Alaska has consistently ground. One of the points that I've been trying to get across is that if we want to change things, if we want it to change, we have to change things. We have to do things differently. And when we do things differently, it's hard, because change is very hard. Slide 16 is just kind of rhetorical. How are we really doing? Well, we could do much better, and we must do better. On slide 17, I'm trying to emphasize that in order to change things, we can't keep doing what we've been doing for the last 10 years, not only as a state, but also and expect it to get better. It's just not going to. So we're going to have to change things, and that's going to be uncomfortable. So slide 18, I talked real briefly about some of the changes that we've done, and you might notice that all of these changes, all of these topics, they have to do with student achievement. It's not that climate and culture in the school are not important. They definitely are, but they're like the givens. We have to have a school where kids are welcome, and we heard talking about MatSu Central and how welcome they feel in their school and how connected they feel with their peers and teachers. We're doing a great job on climate goodness. And now we need to really focus and change some things about achievement. So all of these things listed on here are efforts that we're making to increase achievement. So PLC Mondays, teacher clarity, the 4 C's, looking at we introduced new math curriculum. The board supported more robust graduation requirements. I'll talk about AP and IB, and then we're continuing to expand on our CTE program, which is really world class. That's where I really get to be the cheerleader. Our CTE program is excellent. We go on to page 19. I get to be a cheerleader. This is a fan. This is the number of advanced placement tests over time that students in the MatSu Borough School District have taken. You can see that we reached an all-time low in 2020. That was that year of the pandemic. And since that time, we've almost tripled the number of students who took advanced placement tests last year. That's remarkable in the middle of a pandemic. We're going to see later on in some slides that the rest of the country didn't do that. The rest of the country lost ground. So we should be really proud of our teachers and students and the families who supported those students. The next slide, though, I have to be a coach again. It's that exact same data I just showed you with one more bar at the end. It's what we need to be national average. So I know a lot of angst around change and like, man, everything's changing so fast. And we've done a great job in example with advanced placement. We still aren't the national average. We have to change more because I know that Alaskans know that MatSu kids are better than average. And I know that we all expect more than, something below average from our kids. One, I'll pause on slide 21, and I'm going to check to make sure that we're tracking it. Just like a blue, just one single blue line.
Yeah,
like
it says cheerleader at the top.
All right, the curve.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheerleader at the top.
Okay, that's where we are.
So when you take an advanced placement class, at the end you get to take a test that's kind of like a scholarship competition. Or if you earn the score, the tests are scored 1 through 5, and if you get a 3, 4, or 5, you can get college credit at most of the colleges and universities across the country. Something over 90% of the colleges and universities across the country take AP. So it's that scholarship competition, that test day, it's like the icing on the cake or it's like a track meet where everybody competes in all the different events. So there's like 37 different AP tests, and if you get a score, you get to go stand on the podium, and you get your medal. In this case, you get to get some college credit. If the number of college, the number of scores that are 3, 4, and 5, and divide by your number of students, you can get your production rate per 100 students. This is a way to see, like, how is our achievement growing or not in the school? And you see once again that in 2020, a little over 4 students out of 100 in MatSu earned a 3, 4, or 5. And that has shifted dramatically in the years. That number on the right should say 9 point something. We've gone from 4 per 100 to 9 per 100 in the middle of a pandemic. We get to be a leader. That is fantastic growth. That's amazing growth. On the next slide, we get to be a coach and a cheerleader, because the red line top is the national average, and you can see that from 2020 to 2022, it dropped. So across the rest of the country, they went from something like 18 or 19 per 100 earned a 3, 4, 5 down to 16.7. Meanwhile, we went from 4 to 9, and the yellow line is the state average. So we're now ahead of the state average for this measure. So there's good news and there's bad news here. The good news is we made remarkable growth. Everybody else lost ground. In the rest of the United States, still behind. So we need to keep improving. We need to keep changing if we're to catch everyone else. And I think everybody in the room probably agrees, yep, we need to be better. What's interesting is because MatSu is so big compared to the rest of the state of Alaska, we actually drive the state average up. So without us, the state would have fallen, but because we've made such huge improvements, we've actually made that yellow line go up. The next slide, it's that same exact data except broken out by school. So this, like, at the top you'll see a green line, and that is the national average. And the one that I want to really point out here is that dotted orange line, Career Tech High School. We made a significant change in Career Tech High School 2 years ago, and we moved to a lottery system, and we tried to focus it back on an actual career and technical high school. And I said at the time, Career Tech can still be the #1 high school in the state. Look at that, for years and years, Career wasn't even average in this category, and now it's about twice the average, with about 32 students out of every 100 earning a 3, 4, or 5 in an AP class. It's just like you really get to be a cheerleader on this one. And you'll notice that all of the other schools also have remarkable achievement, because if you ask all kids to do something, they all do better. And so that's, I know change is hard. This is the evidence that change is improving. The next slide, and I kind of previewed beginning, our CTE. I think this is slide 24, should be a bunch of blue bars. Career Technical Education, and I said that we have a world-class CTE program, and we really do. This shows the total number of students enrolled in CTE courses. And if you can think back to how many kids we had enrolled in advanced placement courses, we had like 2,000, 2,100, like that. These numbers are, several fold bigger than that. This year, we're projecting 6,000 students will be enrolled in a CTE course. We have over 4,000 already in the first semester. Just looking at past trends, we expect to be over 7,000. That's a remarkable thing. Slide 25 was added at the end, and it shows the CTE certificate. So in an AP course, you get to go do that sculpt competition and get a 3, 4, or 5. In CTE courses, you try to get professional certifications or micro certifications, and there's a list on the left and a list on the right of these different types of certifications. This isn't an exhaustive list. It's about 100. So like on the left, you'll see things like CNA, American Welding Society, EE. On the right, CPR, Hunter Safety, food handlers. I believe on slide 26, you're going to see that how our number of CTE certificates has increased over time. We only have 3 years worth of data. It's FY 18-19. The pandemic really raised havoc with CTE, especially that FY 21 year, when we had our truncated schedule, where kids were, we were doing one schedule 1 week and one back. It really damaged CTE. But you can see, if you reflect back to slide 24 with the blue line, we really are making quick growth and exceeding where we ever were with our CTE programs. The last one, I'll just have a case study about AP Seminar, which is one of the courses that the board has agreed and supported that we should have as a foundational course for all students to graduate, freshmen this year and our sophomores. The point of AP Seminar is that everybody will increase their research, writing skills, their speaking skills, presentation skills, ability to work in group, and ability to work independently. Probably everybody would look at that list and think, yeah, those are good things. If we go to the next slide, it shows the number of students that took AP tests in the MatSu Borough. 2021 was 4 of them. Last year it was 222. If you went before that, it was 0. Okay, so this is the take rate. That's clearly impressive. Of course, we're going to make it mandatory for this year's freshmen and sophomores. But we had kids who were already getting ahead of it, and we have teachers across the district who trained in AP Seminar, and so they're encouraging kids to take the class. It's so foundational, it teaches those foundational skills. Let's look to their, on the next slide, it will be the percentage of students who got a 3, 4, or 5 who took the test. And this is where you have to be careful about looking at percentages or looking at production rates. If you look at the next slide, it says on 21, 82.5% of the kids who took AP Seminar got a 3, 4, or 5, and only 48% in 2022. If you just took that data, you'd be like, well, hey, it's gotten way, way, way worse. But in fact, we only had 40 kids out of a district of 20,000 that took it. Like, we weren't letting them take it. We weren't offering it. We weren't encouraging them. And the next year, we had 222 kids take it, and almost half of them got college credit. So if we look on slide 30, we can look at that production rate. The number of students per 100 that got college credit in AP Seminar. In 2022, it was like 0.6 out of every 100, and it was 3 times than that in 2022, 1.83. We're going to, as we increase, we will continue to see this kind of change happen. And then here's the interesting thing. Taking AP classes like AP Seminar is not about 3, 4, and 5. That's the icing on the cake. It is very fun to talk about the icing. So slide 31, I talked a little bit about the icing, and I've been being a cheerleader here for a little bit. Those students who took AP Seminar and earned a 3, 4, 5 in 2021, if they had gone to the University of Washington, if they all went to be a Husky, they would have earned 165 college credits. And last year, those kids would have earned 535 college credits. So that's pretty remarkable. And if you look on slide 32, you'll see how much that credit is worth. That credit in 2021 was worth $136,000 to families if they sent their kid to that school, as opposed to last year it was worth, approaching $500,000. And when you think about, on the very last slide, I go like, what's the point of AP Seminar, or what's the point of any of our AP classes, or what's the point of this change? The change is to help kids have more options. It's to prepare them, and some, hidden benefit of it, the miracle of it is, and then accidentally, they get college credit on top of it, or they get CTE certifications that lead to an actual job that they can get. I end this presentation with, hey, there's all the points in blue about what AP seminar is or any AP class. They're to help you get all of these things, get better at them. And then accidentally, for every dollar the school district spent on AP tests for AP seminar, parents realized about $15 in tuition if they had University of Washington. That's all I have on the MSBSD achievement update, and I can take questions if I can hear you. I was really having trouble hearing a lot earlier, so if I can't, I might have to ask Associate Superintendent Aylward and Everett to step in.
Okay, yes, we do have some questions. Assemblyperson Nowers, you have some questions.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me, Dr. Trainee?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Just let me know if you can't. I think it's back on slide 21. Is it still working?
Can you hear it? 21, yep.
Caleb, the sound dropped dramatically. Sound control guy is in the back handling it.
Give us a second, Dr. Trainee. We're trying to fix it.
Okay.
Dr. Trainee, can you hear me now? It sounds like it's working better.
Yes.
Okay. You're real quiet, but it's slide 21 and 20 when you're looking at those. Maybe it's 21. It basically is that rate of AP scores. So you're saying per 100 students, that's per 100 students in the school district, not per 100 students who took the test.
Yeah, it's per 100 students in high school.
Okay, so that rate going up is indicative of you've raised the number of kids taking the test, not necessarily the scores of the kids who take the test have gone up. Is that kind of a correct assumption?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so slide 21, the blue line, that's the number of scores of 3, 4s, and 5. So college level achievement. So we were at 4 out of 100 students were achieving a college level score where they got college credit, and now it's over 9. It's more than double. That's not the number of kids that took the test. The number that took the test is on the previous slide 4.
Okay, that clarifies that. And then just kind of if you're trying to measure academic achievement, so you've got more kids taking the test, which I get the qualifying them for college credit, but if you're potentially, you're just having kids who are at the same level they were before, and you're just getting them to take the test, and they're getting college credit. So from that standpoint, that's good. But I guess I just wonder if you're trying to measure academic achievement success, what other measures should we be looking at besides the number of kids taking AP tests to know, do you look back to those standardized tests that you showed us? I just had a question about that, looking at these AP scores. I think that's a good thing that more kids are taking it. I just don't know that it tells me that we're making academic achievement in terms of raising our kids' knowledge level and preparation.
Yeah, I'd say that it's a very, there's lots of different measures that we should look at, but I do want to try to point out that the tests are a standardized test, and they're a standardized test that goes across the entire country that has been around for a long time. Unlike state, which change all the time and are different from state, right? So the state level high school tests, our 9th and 10th graders take in the state of Alaska, it's nothing at all like the tests that Mississippi or Missouri, they're not even connected. But an AP test or an SAT test or an ACT test, Those actually are the tests that you can look at and compare apples to apples. NAEP is actually a good test for that because it really is the same test for everybody. With NAEP, we only get data for the state of Alaska, not the MatSu Borough School District.
Deputy Mayor, did you have a question?
I was going to ask the same question about if it was per all the students at the school district,
Yeah.
but I saw pretty clearly it was later when there was production rate of like under 1 for one of the other things.
Any of the
Yeah.
school board or assembly have questions? Okay, so I guess then we'll move on to, unless you had some parting remarks, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda. Did you, Dr. Trainee, did you hear me?
Madam Mayor, you might have to speak really loud. We've got an
No
issue
parting
with
remarks from me. Thank you,
the
Mayor.
sound.
So now the next item is providing a report on the school-related transportation projects.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alex Senta. I'm with the Public Works Department here. I oversee the project management division. I have a staff that
And you're gonna have to speak loudly because we had the sound crash.
Okay. I'm Alex Senta with the project management division in the Public Works Department here. My staff oversees the projects that the borough prioritizes and provides the funding for. Right now we're working on, you see up on the slide here, the transportation infrastructure projects. It was on the ballot last November. Voters approved and gave the borough the authority to execute several, I think there's about 20 different infrastructure projects throughout the borough. Today, we're just going to touch on the school-related projects, which there are several. Just the excitement here, I think it's pretty exciting to see it all go down. This is the one project that we have already finished. Of that project, or of that package, this is the second half, basically, of the pathway that runs along Nelson Road to Makatani Elementary there. So that one was completed this summer. And the next slide. Okay. Here are the remaining projects for any school-related infrastructure on the ballot measure from last fall. All of these projects are under design right now. As I said before, one is already completed, and there's two more planned for next year so far. Catherine Drive, which is basically the road between Stringfield, which is Old Trunk, and New Trunk, that will potentially support the site for MatSu Central. The other one that we think we can start, at least some of them, are the pedestrian safe route to school projects. Down on the slide there, this is, some of these projects were on the last bond package, I guess you would call it, in 2018, and they weren't fully funded. They were on this package again to get some more funding to try to finish some of them up. But I'll start back at the top. The 49th State Street pathway, that will be a pathway running from the PW, the Palmersville Highway up to Collin. We're in the early stages of engineering in that, basically trying to determine the most feasible route, basically which side of the road it goes on, crosswalks, construction might be needed there. That one probably won't be done until 24. Hammer Road Valley Pathway School. It's an extension south from the PW, and then it will eventually move west towards the Valley Pathway. The route, there's there's one preferred route that's been selected, but we're still in the early stages of trying to even get permission to obtain, I guess, permission for some of the surveying work and the geotechnical investigations and things like that. On a project like that, we have to go through all the private properties and obtain new right-of-ways. And that also, we intend to include a pathway, at least in some phase of this project as well. Lucille Street upgrade and pathway. That's the section from Selden to Spruce. And there's a need for a turn lane or a center lane of some sort near Tenina, and then a pathway upgrade on that project as well. That's another one from a previous package that we had, partial design. And we have that going at a 65% stage right now. Shaw Elementary access, this is kind of a big one too, and it's really a difficult one to solve, at least with the money we have available at the moment. The problem is the left turn out of Shaw and the left turns coming in off Westville Fishhook. They compete with each other and it causes backups in both directions during the peak flows. And so we're in the very early stages of that, doing an impact analysis on all the different routes that might be available, or the impacts of any of the different types of improvements we can do, so that the designers can provide a recommendation to proceed with some sort of project. But we are still working through that again in the early stages. I talked a little bit about the 2018 Safe Route to School projects. Those are mainly for pedestrians, or basically just for pedestrian access to all these different schools you see listed here. I know again in the very early stages of field investigation, determining the best option for the money we have. We haven't started surveying or design work for that yet. But we do think that's one of at least some of these projects are an option to do some construction on these next season. And then the bottom one, Nelson Road Pathway, we picked some low-hanging fruit on that and just basically built the project that was already designed. But we're excited about that one. That's it for these school-related infrastructure projects. Any questions on those?
Does the Assembly or School Board have any questions? Yes. Well, wait, go ahead, sir.
I know this is not on your list, and it's a state project, but it is school-related. It goes to like 3 schools. What's going on, or does anybody know what's going on the Seward Meridian expansion? It goes by Frontieres, Politadick, and Teal.
Answer.
Through the mayor to Mr. Larson. Last we heard from DOT is they're hopeful that they can get the project out to bid this coming spring. So I think that's probably our best case scenario, is that they would get that on the street, bid it out, and it's probably likely, if that happens, that you would start to see some form of construction, likely in terms of clearing and utility relocation, potentially in the fall of next year.
Yes, go ahead, follow up.
The borough has X amount of money, quite a bit of money for that project. Is that money still earmarked towards that project from the borough?
Through the mayor and Mr. Larson, that's correct. The borough's transferred $1.5 million to support the traffic signal at Tamber in conjunction with that project. And that transfer, I believe, is actually being completed.
And just one statement, the only reason, through the mayor.
Okay.
One of the rumor through the school district the school for tech and through the staff there have been told that the Seward Meridian construction won't start until 2029. And that's 7 years away. And that's why I asked the question, and you're saying that it's probably going to go out to bid this year. Is there any possibility of absolutely finding out what's going to go on with that Seward Meridian project? I know it's got to be a 2 or 3 year project, and when it will actually get going.
So through the mayor to Mr. Larson, we ask on that routinely. I meet with DOT Central Region Director actually every other month. We talk about that project every time. The borough is very interested in that for a number of reasons, one of which is we have a non-federal match requirement every time DOT changes their cost estimate, which obviously is not working in our favor with any delays. My understanding is DOT is revising and updating the cultural resources survey, which is required because they're using federal funding, and they were closing out right-of-way agreements. So again, best case, I think, and I said they would probably put it out to bid this coming year, so 2023. So hopefully they're able to at least get construction started potentially in the fall of next year. Even if it delays into 24, it's going to be a couple of years of construction. So we're going to be in a similar situation for the next 3 years. I don't know the source of the 2029.
Maybe that's the completion date, huh?
Yeah, I can tell you what I was told. I've never heard 2029.
And the only other reason I'll just leave it that way, there's actually 4 schools, Cottonwood Elementary's there too, is that Seward Meridian's a nightmare. And everybody knows it because you know, that's a straight shot to Glen High or Parks Highway. And there's only 3 really major areas that you can get to that highway, and that's Trump, that, and Wasilla. So it's such a clogged up area, and the schools are, as you know, are very clogged. And there's a lot of interest in that. And I know it's not the borough's fault, and the borough has the money sitting there for that. It just seems like it's been ongoing now for 5 or 6 years. I've been asking the same question. And next time we meet, I'll probably ask the same question again. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, questions, sir?
Yeah, so I was going to see if there's been any consideration to designing parking lot expansions or loop roads on site for some of these schools, because even addressing the intersection issues during drop-off pickup, these schools will back up out onto the collector roads. There just simply isn't the capacity. I mean, part of it maybe because of bus issues and you know, more people dropping off and picking up, but I don't see that it's getting better.
Yes, there's consideration. I think somebody else might be able to give more detail.
Yeah, through the chair, Deputy Superintendent Folk. We have looked at, in the past, we have invested district CIP funds, for instance, into circulation improvements at Cottonwood Elementary, Tila Middle School, Palmer Junior Middle School. So the district has invested in that at a pretty large cost when it comes out of district operating funds. So it's something that the district has considered in the past. Given the recent complications with the school bus delays, that has not been a CIP request that we've brought before the board this year. Our hope, of course, is that we get full staffing for bus drivers and then we get more students in those buses and we reduce the traffic flow on site. But right now we do have plans to, again, improve the circulation between Tila Middle School and Career Tech High School. There's design costs that are designed that is underway, and that is to allow traffic to exit those 2 schools at the Tambert Seward Meridian intersection. So that's one area, I suppose, to answer your question, Assemblymember Sumner. That's one area where the district is investing funds to help along the lines of road improvements that we know are coming. But in terms of other sites or elementary sites, where we're experiencing pretty long delays at a number of schools. We have not brought forth additional CIP requests at this time.
So I'll just point out two of the jobs on the list here. Basically, just help solve issues like that. The Shaw Elementary access, and then I would say Hammer Road a little bit, because there's some complaints about taking the stop sign onto the PW as opposed to trying to get to the light, which this project will do. And then the Shaw is just a big clog in there, and they're trying to figure it out. So, and those aren't district funds, but it's part of the TIP package that was approved. So it's an issue, sure.
Assembly person hours.
I'll be like bully a little bit. I think I've asked this question before, and I might ask it again, but sort of like Assemblymember Sumner's question. So all these schools have problems. There's more that haven't been mentioned that they back up. What are we doing with the new schools we're talking about building? Is that part of the design to have a frontage road or some kind of additional way so we don't back up onto our nature arterial?
I haven't had the pleasure to design a brand new school yet. I think there are definitely thoughts, is that true, to make sure there's more on-site queuing. I mean, I've discussed it with these guys numerous times. I just haven't actually done it yet. But I know it's at the forefront to not, I don't know, create new problems when you're building a new site.
So is that part of the design process when we're building these new schools for traffic flow? Yeah.
If I could address that as well, through the chair. The site selection committee makes a consideration around access on and off the site, so that is a part of the process when we look to identify a permanent location for a new school. It's one of the criteria that the site selection committee evaluates. That was done for most recently for MatSu Central, Birch Tree Charter, and American Charter School. With MatSu Central in particular, Catherine Drive is going to be a huge component of on-site circulation. That's at 95% design. That's on the second slide that Mr. Seta presented this evening. That actually, we feel that drive, that punch through between Stringfield and Trunk Road will actually assist us with circulation for Pioneer Peak Elementary as well. Pioneer Peak Elementary has a tough time convincing parents to take Stringfield North. Everyone wants to dump out onto the Palmer Marcelo Highway. With a punt, if they have Catherine Drive, don't have to go all the way up to Beauregard and can access Trunk off of Catherine Drive. We believe that will also help with the circulation for that school. So it is a consideration. It is something that we look at. And in terms of on-site design, that is definitely a part of the design plans in terms of parking and circulation. And one of the things that the school district has done in terms of a standard, if you will, is to make sure that there's a separate parent pickup drop-off loop and a separate bus loop to maximize flow on-site.
Okay, thank you. Just as Paul, I'm glad to hear that, and I hope when we're planning those, we're planning for the future, because I bet Wasilla Bishop was not a problem when Shaw first went in, because you didn't have the level of volume of traffic you have, and just putting that design in place that knows that those roads are going to get more well used, and you don't have the left turn, no lights kind of situation. So thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Through the mayor, just to let one quick comment. We are a school district of choice, and that creates a lot of drop-off. Like Monkenton Elementary, half of its school population is out of their district, so people are taking kids to that school. So, and I believe that we do take that into consideration, because you can take a kid, you can take your child, your student to any schools in this district, and we 100% support a school of choice, but then it causes a lot of drop-off and traffic issues. And then, like stated, the buses haven't helped out at all either. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess seeing Shaw, I mean, they've made heroic efforts to make this drop-off pickup situation work. You know, they got like 3 different lines in their parking lot and, you know, routing and all that, but I mean, it's just not really feasible with the size of the parking lot and the existing facilities as they are. So I guess I would ask the district, like on a per school site basis, what do you think it would cost to add a loop road or a parking lot expansion to, how much money would the district need for that sort of thing?
Thank you. Our Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Jim Estes, just shared with me an assessment that the borough has done for at least Shaw Elementary, and the current estimate for that around Shaw Elementary is $800,000. In terms of all of the schools in which we're experiencing traffic flow issues and circulation for morning pickup and afternoon drop-off, we would have to do a more thorough assessment to answer that question. I think it would vary, but you could consider $500,000 to $1 million perhaps for each site to just extend or, you know, have another loop or driveway somewhere. And whether or not each site could accommodate is also a concern with you know, fire lanes and whatnot. So, but we would have to do a more thorough assessment. It's something we could look at and then follow up with you for sure. If I could add one thing, what you'll see on a site like Shaw is they're actually studying this right now to help with design. It's I think sometimes more useful to just try to get people out if they're trying to leave rather than try to store everyone on site. Because there could be a couple hundred cars that you need to park or whatever, but if you can just get them through quicker, sometimes you don't need as much storage, or a combination of both can help that situation. But we're working on some of that kind of stuff with the jobs we have now. So, and we realize there are more, I guess. So.
President Long.
Just want to commend Assembly Member Sumner for, our Deputy Mayor Sumner for his questions, and appreciate the district for their responses. And I would just ask a question to the Assembly: how quickly could you appropriate $800,000 so that we can fix the problem at Shaw?
I'd do it now if I could, but I don't know about the rest of the assembly.
It's not on the agenda tonight, but perhaps it could be on the next meeting. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? I guess then we're ready to move to the next one. Building construction progress and review of the capital construction plan.
Mayor, I don't know if we can hear you over your mic.
Oh.
Can't hear your mic at all, Madam Mayor.
I'll turn it back on. Can you hear me now?
No.
Well, it's time to go home. Yeah. See, everybody heard that, right?
Oh, yours isn't working either. Never mind.
Just keep them.
Nobody's up here, maybe. Where did it go?
Yeah, they all died.
Madam Mayor, can we take a, can we take a break? Take 10 minutes at
Oh, we
least.
come back at 8:45.
Alrighty, y'all, break time. I'm going to leave the camera up and running just like always. It's going to get really noisy in here. Sorry about blasting your ears out. Oh man, it's in the wash, unfortunately. So I just grabbed basically my flow is I grab whatever's the top on the pile. So if you haven't liked and shared this video, why not like and share this video? You're not going to hear this from mainstream media, and unless you don't Amazing hearing where we rank and how we compare to the worst in the nation with the worst in the nation instead of what is the best in the nation doing. And we really do got to work on things like that so that people can understand that we need to have accountability and be striving for number one, not what the next ranking lowest next to us has been doing. So if you haven't liked and shared this video, please do that right now. It's about time to get it done. And don't forget, go to our website, Politadick.com. Help us cover the gas costs to be able to get to these different kind of functions and events so that we can expose what mainstream media refuses to do. And click that support button. Next big upgrades coming here soon will be a new tripod for the camera so that we get a lot smoother rolling action as we move it around, and a lot more heavier than what this one is. This will be great for events that are outside or rallies, stuff like that, but doesn't work too well when it's in a stationary position type place. And thanks to your support, we are able to get an upgraded cage that holds the camera and microphone in place. Got rid of all that bad static noise that we used to get over and over and over again on this thing, and it's really nice to have that all cleared up now. And next step is going to be getting some external handles to go to it and upgrading the microphone, but I need your support to do all of this. That microphone is going to be about $500 to do an upgrade, but boy, let me tell you, it will be worth it in the end. It'll make this one look like like back in the dinosaur age when they invented the wheel. Again, if you're just getting here, please like and share. I'll be back in just a bit.
Test, test.
There's a lot of really smart people that are in the how much more you can represent democracy is. We vote for you to represent our interests. Doesn't mean we always get what we want, but you don't that worked in Athens, but we're a little too big to operate that way. Yeah, sure seems like it makes too much sense.
Madam Mayor? Oh, we aren't back up. Isn't there? Everybody, we're getting back ready. We're getting back going to work, please.
Up one, are you doing that one? Or is that?
Yeah, Houston Middle School or high school? Yeah.
Assembly personnel or, anybody see?
Oh, we'll find it.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you go with that, sir? Probably not very far away.
Okay, as I mentioned, our division is oversees construction, any construction project the borough builds, including the schools. The highlight we have going right now is Houston High School. Oh. There it is. Construction update for Houston High. So just a quick history. We started design back in early 2020. We had a groundbreaking in July 21. Roger Hickle Contracting, that contract. Early stages, to me, again, pretty exciting stuff. You know, they're working on the rebar and the concrete, getting ready to accept the steel. This was all last summer. Into the winter of last season, they begin the steel, which this is a critical item. They actually, the contractor took a big risk and ordered some of this stuff in advance to try to speed up their schedule, and they were able to complete the steel last winter. They had some difficulties during the windstorm event, but they were able to recover and keep working after that. Into this summer, this spring and summer, we continued rain or shine. Roger Hickle, they actually employed over 60 workers typically, and they were actually double shifting some of these crews 24/7 to try to meet the expedited schedule that we had bid for this project in order to try to get it open before the school season this coming winter. Just some photos there. Let's see. So as we work through some of the issues here, with such a tight timeline and the supply chain problems we've had, some of the power panels that were just not available. It potentially is going to cause a slip to the completion date into March around the spring break time. We just are collecting details from our contractor on this, and we're in the early stages of negotiations. That will be a change to the completion date. Current completion date is December 16th. That's about it. That's all I have for that. Any questions?
Questions? Running in Houston? Yes.
Through the mayor. Through the mayor. We're supposed to have I've heard both a December and a March completion date. Have we, as we're getting closer to that time frame, have we decided which one it's going to be?
Through the mayor to member Berge, we are still contractually on a December date. But the reality is with this electrical panel delay, I think it would be prudent for the district to start planning for March in terms of an opportunity to occupy the school. I think that's just a reality now, like I said, and as Alex alluded to, we're still in negotiation with the contractor, which could result in a claim. So at this point, we need to continue to work through that, but we didn't want to delay in communicating this to the school district and the school board and kind of start talking about it publicly so that we're not delaying or creating expectations for the school community that then, get pretty deflated as we approach December.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. The March completion date, is that furnished and everything in it and ready to go?
That's the plan right now.
So you would finish the building, then you would come in and you would put all the furnishings in it. If that's the case, you said the school district would occupy it. The question I would have for the school district, me, is would we occupy it for 2 months? Or would we just open up in the spring? Or in the fall? I don't know. That's the question.
The plan is that that would be possible with this March completion date. Yes.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, just want to check to see if Dr. Trainey's online to take that one, if you've heard it.
I couldn't hear anything that Oli said or the other. I couldn't tell who the other person was. I could hear you, Luke, but I don't know what the question was at all.
Okay, the question is whether or not the district, what the plan would be of the district in terms of occupancy if the substantial completion is March 2023.
I think, just conceptually, if we were able to move things over spring break, it could be feasible that we occupy the building without a huge disruption to education. If that wasn't feasible, and if it was later in March that that we could occupy it, I could see that, we want to try to provide opportunities for those students, who've been without a building for all of these years, actually utilize it in some fashion. Unfortunately, the basketball would be over, but certainly prom and dances, maybe even graduation. So we would try to provide an opportunity for the kids who are graduating this year to actually have some presence in the building somehow if we can't make the move by spring break. But that's just conceptually, there's no hard and fast plan.
I'll just add one thing to the plan right now is to take the 3 wings in the building and begin completion in December, and then the final completion on the gym side would be the March date, so that you can begin moving some things in basically in December, so it's not just all at once within 2 weeks. So the contractor is making efforts to do a phased completion like that.
Okay. Further questions? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor, when it says that the electrical power panels weren't available for production, what power panels are these that is not allowing commercial infrastructure to go up? I mean, I'm seeing it go up everywhere else. Why were these particular panels not available for production, and at what point did we find out that they weren't being produced?
Okay, I might butcher this a little bit, I don't want to misspeak, but the original design, the panels, you need the permanent power on well in advance of the completion in order to climatize your building and your materials, in order to warranty your finishes and things like that for several months. In the original design, the panels, they identified early on, last spring, that they were not available until well into 2023. And so that's when they started trying to come up with alternatives. And this plan includes those alternatives basically. And I'm not sure exactly which components were the delay or, but they just were not available. They looked for alternatives and different types of mix and match kind of things. And just was not available. And I would only guess that every project that we have going on almost has these type of delays, and I would just guess anything else you see might have similar delays. Whether it's the same type of equipment or not, it's hard to say, but we've seen this in a lot of our construction projects. You know, so many materials right now are months and months extra time to wait, or just not even available. You just don't even get a ship date, you know, so it's just been a challenge.
I appreciate that, thank you. Are there any other buildings that the borough is currently constructing that have these panels that are needed that you might give to the children?
No.
Just trying, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Ready? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Trini, I guess then I understand the next one is yours, the MatSu Central School discussion.
It is mine, but I heard, I've been getting some text that I've been very hard to hear. Can you hear me right now?
We can hear you right now.
Okay, I'll go through this, and if I get to any point where, you know, you can't understand me, just please interject, and then we can have Mr. Polk take over.
Okay, all right. He wanted to get the clicker, so he's ready.
Okay. So slide number 2, after the entrance slide, we just tried to do a broad overview of the history, recent history of MatSu Central funding, and kind of contrast the pluses and minuses of a bond package idea and the new idea for funding MatSu Central. And I think our administrative comments are going to be shorter. We do feel like this is going to come down to an assembly board kind of discussion. So we'll keep it short because I know that there's lots of people who want to talk. So are we there on slide 2, Mr. Polk?
We are.
We are now.
Okay. So just a quick review of the money that is, the partnership and the money that is changed hands between the district and borough. In 2020, it was $5.9 million that the school board is transferred to the borough for Houston. And then in 2021, another $6 million. And then we all know, I think, 2022, the borough reappropriated that like 11.9 back to the district. In February of 22, so just a month later, the school board appropriated all 11.9 of that to our CIP fund for MatSu Central. On June 1st, 2022, the school board approved design services for MatSu Central of something very close to 1.4 million. I think it's slightly more than that. June 15th, the school board, 2022 school board resolution of 24 million bond issuance that we would support with the remaining CIP funds, the annual equipment of the current lease, pending a valid inclusion on tap. And then in August of 2022, so just last month, a new idea came about, brought to us by the borough, that would include constructing MatSu Central without a bond or ballot initiative. And that brings us to today. The way I understand it, that's kind of the recent history around MatSu Central. On the next one, and this is a slide that I shared with the board over a couple meetings, and I'm just putting it out there. My understanding, this is administration's understanding of what both of the bodies are deliberating about. The one on the left in green, in the bond scenario, the district would contribute $10.5 million. That's not counting the $1.4 million for design. And then the borough would float a bond to the voters that wouldn't actually cost the voters any money because we would pay about $580,000 a year for the next one. The total cost of that is $22.1 million and $10.5 million up front. As contrasted with the new idea, where the district would contribute $13.5 million up front, the borough would contribute $5.8, the district would pay another $4 million over 5 years, and a more upfront cost of FF&E of $1.3 million whenever the building was completed, so for the furnishings and fixtures. Total cost of district would be 18.2, but the initial cost would be 13.5 million plus 1.33 or 1.3 million FF&E for a total of 14.8 million upfront. So, yeah, I mean, I guess we tried to, just simplify it. The was lower upfront cost, but more overall, and the new idea, more upfront cost, but less overall. On the next slide, I contrasted some of the pluses and minuses, which I guess I just did many of them. The cons of this new idea is more money up front, and that could lead to more short-term cuts in operations. And then there's one big con, and I think we heard from one of our union representatives today. This does use instructional dollars for construction. That's on the other side too. The new idea saves 3.9 million over time. Instructional dollars for instruction. We do know that in this other version, MatSu Central would get built, and we wouldn't need to extend the lease. And some people pointed out that the money we'd be spending would be one-time money, so they were one-time instructional dollars. Couldn't do anything permanently with. The reality is, and this is slide 5, the MatSu School District has a long-term structural budget deficit. And the one-time federal dollars mitigated this in the short term, but those federal dollars are exhausted in 2025, and without any permanent revenue, we will make cuts. The new total increases number is still it just reduces our resources, I guess. And so, for example, it could lead to more, to try to put it in perspective, but we wouldn't be talking about if we cut FTE, since they're one-time dollars, it's not that person for forever. I don't know, it gets very complicated, but just try to give a scale of the amount of money. 4.3 million is 40, or 1,950 for every single MatSu Central student to be taken out of their allotment, or 4.3 million are out of one-time fund balance. So without that, significant cuts will be made no matter what if there isn't new revenue. So even if MatSu Central doesn't happen, we're going to need to make cuts unless there's new revenue. Try to show that on the next slide. Slide 6. It's our budget projection with a modification. We showed this at the board meeting. The blue line is our projected revenue under the moderate scenario, and you can read on the left what those projections are. That an enrollment increases by 1%, borough appropriation increases by 3.5%, etc. The red line, the solid red line, is what we project our operating costs to be. This is without taking into account any, collective bargaining. And then the dashed line above that red line is how doing the new bond proposal would impact us. So you can see in FY 25, we were projecting to have a budget deficit, but it would be worse that year. In fact, over that time period, it would be about $4.3 million worse. And you can look at it a different way, which is the next slide. We do have a budget problem. When you pull back, it's when you pull the view back, so where we're looking at the whole budget from 0 million to about $250 million a year. You can see that we do have a long-term structural deficit, and of course 4.3 million makes it worse, but it's harder to see when you look at the whole thing. It's not to say that there's not a problem. The last one we shared with the board last week as well. It shows three ways to look at this over a 50-year cost comparison. The green line shows the cost over time if we continue to lease. So clearly that's, in the very short term, it's the cheapest for us to do that, but it's the most expensive overall over the long term. And then the remaining two lines, the red line is the new proposal with higher upfront costs. You can see that the district needs to use instructional dollars up front compared to the blue line, but the overall cost over time is cheaper, which is what we said in words on the previous slide. Last one, lenses on a problem. I'm just trying to show, their lenses on this. The current lease agreement is the most expensive for sure. When we did this, we weren't sure if the landlord would even be interested in leasing that particular building. Since we published this, it appears that the landlord would be interested because they're making so much money. And the other one, the bond proposal, far less expensive long-term, but $10.5 million upfront cost. So it's far less expensive than continuing to lease. The construction, of course, is least expensive, but $14 million upfront. And then I have to reemphasize this because I'm trying to show all the lenses on this particular problem, and I think we heard them folks today. All three represent this weird odd precedent where K-12 instructional dollars are supporting all or most of the construction of a borough facility. And so our administrative recommendation, I guess, MatSu Central is currently inadequate space, and it's a big waste of money in the long term. So we have to figure out some way to compromise. We just really need this done. I know that was one of the things that some of the board members talked to me about when I was first hired. Like, one was given a bus barn, and I think we're on the way to that, and the other was we need to find a facility for MatSu Central. So that's all we had. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to hear people. It was really, really hard. So I guess administratively we can take questions, and I think I know Luke is there and he can help.
Any questions from the table? Yes.
Through the mayor to Dr. Traney. The administrative recommendation, the second one that says to find the compromise that mitigates short-term impacts to district without taxpayer burden. Are you talking about something other than the new borough proposal, which does not go out to bond, or is that what you're referencing there with the compromise?
Yeah, I think that was Mr. Probasco. I don't think we had anything in mind other than from the long-term perspective, we have to deal with MatSu Central somehow. And I do think this is going to come discussion between the two bodies that are in our room tonight about how we get to a yes, that yes, the MatSu Central will happen.
Questions from the assembly or the school board? Any questions? Yes. Go ahead. You might.
No questions, just really quick discussion.
Question, Dr. Traney, based off of what I saw in relation to the line graph, that line graph indicates that there's a short-term sacrifice for a long-term fix with the red, and that red indicates the proposal that was put forth by the borough. Most recently, that was discussed with the district. Is that correct, that red line? Is that what that represents?
Yes, through the chair, the red line represents the most recent proposal by the borough.
Okay, and then in addition to that, there's the blue, which was what did the blue represent?
Yeah, the blue, and this is where it gets a little tricky, the blue line represents the school board's resolution 22-012. That was the resolution that was passed on June 1st by the school board to fund MatSu Central School construction with an estimated project budget of $24 million. That included the remaining funds that were in the CIP fund that were committed by the school board of 10.5 after the design costs had been taken out. So it was 11.9, design costs were about 1.4, and so it leaves 10.5 in the CIP fund for this project. And then what that proposal, that resolution showed the assembly or requested the assembly was that we would continue a commensurate amount that we are currently paying for the lease over the next 20 years. And that was about, using 5% interest rate, that equated to about $7.5 million. So the blue line represents the cost to the school district, but the blue line does not represent the full cost of the project to the borough, because there's a difference then of about $6 million. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay, and the blue line, that also would assimilate the proposal for the bond to go out, right?
Yes.
Takes those figures.
It's a general yes, it's a general obligation bond. Yeah.
Right. So based off the three options, which is lease, which is green, blue is the bond, and that avenue of approach, and the red is what was discussed between district and the assembly. So again, I would go back and I'm just looking at this. I'm seeing a short-term sacrifice for a long-term solution, and it's cheaper than both the bond approach as well as the continued lease approach in the long term. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Oh, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
So, feedback. So if I might,
We'll try it.
so this came about essentially after the state passed its budget, which was after our initial discussions. The state passed its budget, right up towards the deadline. And the school district received, I don't know the exact figure, but $7 or so million in one-time money that was unanticipated. And the MatSu Borough also received one-time money. So it then became feasible to do this project without the extra expense of bonding, without going to the ballot. And so it could be done in an accelerated fashion, beginning immediately. The school district had already gone out for design on this thing, and it had not occurred. We did go and we talked to the district administration, and it did not occur to me that there would be any significant issue on the part of the school board with a deal that would actually save the district money. You have received one-time money, we have received one-time money. The district has an ongoing budget deficit in future years, but it seems to me that the time to address that would be to invest the one-time money that you received now to offset those ongoing expenses where you have a deficit in future years. This saves the district $4 million approximately. The MatSu Borough would be putting up $5.8 million right up front, and we would not have to indebt the borough taxpayers for the next 20 years. So it seems like a win-win situation here.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess through the mayor to Borough Manager, Mr. Brown, it didn't get put on any ballot for a bond this go around. And so that blue line, we would not know when exactly a ballot would come out with a bond proposal, if that was the choice to go with the bond, the first proposal.
Through the mayor to Mr. Probatsko, I think I understand where you're going. I don't, and I haven't had a chance to study this blue line. I'm not sure I completely agree with the blue line in that it representing the total cost. Because if we were to sell, and I'm assuming a $24 million bond, because that's the legislation that was before the assembly, with the interest rates and the payback period, we wouldn't be paying back $24 million. We'd be paying back something additional, depending on the interest rates at that time. When our finance director reached out to our bond broker, I think they had estimated the annual debt service payment for a $24 million bond to be approximately $1.8 million a year. So if you had a $1.8 million 20-year debt to pay on, obviously that exceeds $24 million. Now, you could argue, and I'm going to round because I'm doing public math here, I'm going to say the annual lease payment's approximately $600,000. I know it's $586,000, but it's easier to do that math because 1.8 million and 600,000 go together real quick. So what that would require is $1.2 million in new annual tax revenues to, if we were to sell a $24 million bond, if we use those estimates. So that would be about 1/10 of a mil every year for 20 years. So when we're evaluating it, I don't think that there's anything that Dr. Trainey said that's incorrect around cost to the district. We're looking at total cost over the life of the project, period. And so I'm going back to 24 million. Theoretically, you could probably sell a little bit less if you were to couple that with the 10.5 million. But the legislation that the Assembly was considering was a $24 million ballot proposition.
And a follow-up question, Mr. Brown. They said the design will be done in February of '23. Is that for the building?
Through the mayor, Mr. Probasco, I believe that's correct, but the design is being advanced by the district, so I don't want to speak for the district.
All right, so maybe through the chair to Mr. Folk, in that area, February of 2023?
We're looking at March 2023.
March 2020. So if we went with the proposal, the new proposal, once that design came in, we could start with the next step of putting it out to bid, and it would fast track the construction of MatSu Central. And I believe that's what everybody is asking, that we get going with this school. Whereas as a bond, it has to go to a ballot, and that stretches the time out. Thank you.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Brown, you said $24 million bond, but the school district had $10.5 million up front, so it wouldn't be a $24 million bond.
So through the mayor to Mr. Larson, correct, but if you remember the original deal, the original agreement that was made was that the district would provide that $10.5 million to help fund the transportation package, and the borough would bond, and I'm not reluctant to speak for Mr. Young tonight, but that 10.5 would have come and paid for roads because, and I'm going to use a conversation I had with Mr. Young where he felt that it made more sense to bond a school than it did to bond a road. So that would allow us to fully fund the transportation package, and then we would put the $24 million package or school construction bond before voters.
But the $10.5 million is back in our finances because it was returned through the bond reimbursement, and the 10.5 came back to us, and you built the roads with whatever money you had. Is that correct?
The 10 through the mayor to Mr. Larson, the 10.5 is with the district. That's why we're having this conversation.
Okay. So we're in the discussion period now, aren't we? I guess, yeah. So I've got some, thank you, Mr. Brown. I've got something I'm going to read so I get it nice and clear. Alaska Statute 1414.60, which is also in this brochure here, relationship between the borough and the school district and the borough finances and buildings. Section D, the Borough Assembly shall determine the location of school buildings with due consideration to the recommendation of the Borough School Board. Under the state statutes, the Borough School Board is an advisory board to the borough. Section E, the Borough School Board is responsible for the design criteria of the school buildings. The following was in our Monday Board Connect. Their contract for the MatSu Central School Design Service was presented to the school board as a non-action item on May 25th, 2022, and unanimously approved in June 1st, 2022. Design services are fully funded by monies the school board committed to the CIP list in February 2022. The design committee consists of school administrators, MSBSD facility representatives, a project manager from the MatSu Borough, school staff, student representatives, and parents. A 35% design is expected to be brought in front of the school board as a non-action item on Wednesday, October 19, 2022. 2022. The following is additional information that was forwarded to me, quote unquote, and this is all from staff. The board authorized us to spend up to $1,424,500 for the design service. If we spend all the funds, which includes 10% contingent overrides, the district will have $10,475,500 remaining in its CIP fund to be used towards construction. This will be the first time the school board has seen the design for MatSu Central School, even though the Alaska statute states, quote, the Borough School Board is responsible for the design criteria of the school buildings. People have told me that the design of MatSu Central Hybrid Homeschool building will have a gym and a cafeteria. My question is, why does a hybrid homeschool program need a gym and a cafeteria? It's a homeschool hybrid program, not a full-size brick and mortar school. The statutes continue under Section E. To the maximum extent consistent with education needs, a design of the school building shall provide for multiple use of a building for community purposes. Subject to the approval of the Assembly, the school board shall select the appropriate professional personnel to develop the design. The school board shall submit preliminary and designs for the school building to be for the Assembly to approve or disapprove. Then the rest of that section just talks about what happens if the Assembly disapproves the design. The MatSu Borough Assembly and the MatSu Borough School District met last spring, and an agreement was made in public by both governing bodies. Both bodies agreed to build MatSu Central School by using the $11.9 million in the school district CIP list. The Assembly would then put a bond out on the November 2022 election for the remaining monies, or the monies, at no cost to the taxpayer. The agreement at the time said that MatSu Central would be built with the upfront $11.9 million and a bond which would be paid back by using the lease payments now being paid. The school district would add any money necessary for those lease payments not adequate to cover the bond payback. The Assembly broke the agreement without consulting the school board. The Assembly is now requesting not only the $11.9 million on the original deal, but an additional $3 million in construction, $1.3 million to furnish the building, and $3.4 million over the next 5-year period for additional costs. The total amount for the school district will be approximately $19.6 million. According to the figures up here, it's 18 point something. The bond for the November election was also scrapped by the Assembly in their vote. The MatSu Borough will add $5.5 million to the project. It appears that the Assembly not only broke the original deal, but voted on a new deal without consulting the school board, and wants an additional $7.7 million from the school board operating budget. I requested that 2 items be placed on next week's Wednesday school board action item, first read. Number 1, the additional $3 million requested by and voted by the MatSu Borough Assembly without consulting the MatSu Borough School Board to build the MatSu Central. If this MatSu Borough School District money would be used, it would come out of the budgeted operation funds for 2025. These $3 million budgeted monies means the MatSu Borough School District would have to cut 30 FTE positions to make up the loss in operation monies over the 2024 and 2025 budget. The second item I've asked to put on and had a second, so it will go on, is the fee, the FFE, the $1.3 million to furnish the MatSu Central. If the MatSu Central Borough School District money would be used, it will come out of the budgeted operational funds for 2025. This 1.5 budgeted money means that MatSu Borough School would have to cut up to 13 FTE positions to make up the loss in the operation monies over the fiscal 2024 and 2025 budgets. What is not being put to vote at this time is the $3.4 million that the MatSu Borough Assembly voted on, where the MatSu Borough School District pays over the 5-year period for the remaining indebtedness of the construction. 14.14.060F. The borough school shall provide custodian service and routine maintenance for the school buildings and shall appoint, compensate, and otherwise control personnel for that purpose. The Borough Assembly, through the Borough Administrator, shall provide for all rehabilitation, all construction, all major repairs of school buildings. The recommendation of the school board shall be considered to carry out the provisions of this section. The MatSu Borough School Board does all major rehabilitation to the borough school buildings to a sum of $2 to $3 million a year. If you look at page 7 in the brochure that was handed out, it states, over the last 10 years, MSBSD has contributed over $34 million to the CIP fund to support major maintenance and needs. MSBSD is committed to the ongoing support of the CIP and major maintenance needs through the development of this long-term strategic fiscal plan. We are doing the job of the Borough Assembly, and we've taken that over. I'm only one vote on the school board, and I am willing to live up to the original agreement with the Assembly of allocating $11.9 million towards building the MatSu Central School. However, with my one vote, I am not willing to use school allocated operation funds to be used to build or furnish MatSu Central. I am not willing to cut 43 FTE positions, $4.3 million, to build a building that the school board isn't responsible to build in the first place under state statutes. My input or suggestion is that MatSu Central be built with the existing money that is now allocated, which is $11.9 million from the MatSu Borough School District, and the $5.5 million that MatSu Borough Assembly has stated they will put in. $17.4 million should be enough money to build the necessary space for MatSu Central hybrid homeschool without any future debt. Frontier School, charter school, was built with less money. However, its building code may have been lower than the MatSu Central hybrid school program building. The design should be such that future expansion could be there with the necessary utility tie-ins and pay-as-you-go. Future monies can come from such places as State of Alaska grants. An example of that grant system is the gym that was built at Academy Charter. The grant was allocated to the MatSu Borough from the State of Alaska legislators as a MatSu Borough community use gym built at Academy Charter. That amount was $1 million or $1.5 million, I believe, about 10 years ago. Last time I brought up 14.14.060 in a joint meeting with the Borough Assembly and School Board meeting, it was pointed out to me by the MatSu Borough that Section I should be utilized, should be applied. 14.14.60I reads, notwithstanding E and F of this section, a Borough Assembly and a Borough School Board may divide the duties imposed under E and F of this section by agreement between the Borough Assembly and the Borough School Board. All I have to say to this section is show me the deal as stated. I see no deal. The original deal that was in place and sound was broken by the MatSu Borough Assembly with no input, no communication with the MatSu Borough School Board. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got one too.
I'm gonna
We got one over here. Yeah, this one will work fine. Back in August when we were talking about putting this on the ballot for the bonding, I don't know. I guess maybe I had gotten a little confused about what exactly we were doing there. My understanding was that the state had come down with back pay for the school bond reimbursement that they had not been paying for several years, and that we were going to use a good portion of that money to build this MatSu Central. And so I guess my question through the mayor would probably be to the manager. Is that where the $5.4 million that we're talking about comes from, and how much money do we have in that pool that could be used for the MatSu Central construction?
The mayor, Mr. Hale. So yes, and I think that's probably the one-time money that Mr. Sumner mentioned earlier. What the district did is, or what the state did is back paid several years, 3-4 years of school bond debt reimbursement. So that was that were the years when the borough stepped up and paid the state portion. Of that, it's approximately $38 million. But keep in mind, as my understanding of the original agreement was, the $11.9 million referenced, or the $10.5 that is remaining after awarding the design contract for MatSu Central, that money would have come back to fund the roads. That's why a $24 million bond. What we discussed with the Assembly, and I just want to be clear because I think it's important on record, the Assembly did not vote on anything, right? There was a discussion at an Assembly meeting, but the Assembly took no formal action. So I think that's important for the record. But what was discussed was, of that $38 million, we would potentially use a portion of that to meet our local match requirement for the road appropriation that the state legislature just recently made. That's $13.2 million. So that takes a pretty considerable chunk. That would allow the $10.5 million that was originally discussed to come back from the district for roads to remain with the district and go towards MatSu Central. That's what opened up an opportunity to forward fund the project and not take on additional debt. We would also take an additional $5.8 million from that. So yeah, the 13.2 is going to show us roads, but the reality is we were going to get that covered according to the original agreement by the 10.5. So you've got the 13.2 that will cover roads, and then we were going to put another $5.8 million on top of that to try to round this project out.
So 13.2 to match for matching for our road projects, so that we don't have to bond on those road projects. This is great. And then 5.8, so that comes out to 19 out of 38. So oh yeah, 12 million. We used 12 million for the whatchamacallit, the tax rebate. So that leaves us about $7 million left out of that pool. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so the Assembly, through the mayor to Mr. Hale, the Assembly will be considering legislation to allocate some of that. We had set aside some funding. It was under $10 million for additional needs. So we're looking at a couple things, an EMS facility in Willow, a roof replacement on the Brett. There were a couple items that we also have to take a look at. So that's where that residual was set aside. The Assembly hasn't taken action on that yet either. The only thing the Assembly's formally taken action on out of that is the $12 million tax rebate.
So, and this is more of a comment than a question, but it seems to me that the money came to us as reimbursement for school bond debt. We probably ought to use a significant portion of that to build schools with. And I would like to see us kind of shave away at the portion that the school district is going to have to come up with for this MatSu Central. Let's appropriate some money, let's get it done, and let's get that new facility done.
May I make a comment, Madam Mayor? Just to your point, I just want to be clear, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I want to be clear that what the borough did when the borough stepped up to pay what the state wasn't, is that was other area-wide revenue not allocated to schools. So the schools preserve their local education contribution. And if you go back and look at the local education contribution on those years, it was preserved. The borough stepped in and fixed that problem. So yes, I think we should use some for schools, but I don't want it to make it, I don't want folks to get the impression that that money was allocated for schools. That was money the borough stepped up to make good on the debt, because we have to, when the state didn't, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was back pay for what we had already had to tax our taxpayers for to cover that. I totally understand that, but I do think anything we can do to shave away at this this portion that the school district has to come up with for MatSu Central, I think would be a good thing. Let's get that place built.
Assembly person members, did you have a comment some time ago?
I got a bad one too.
Makes you sound like a cartoon character. I had a quick comment and then maybe suggestion. First, I wanted to just say, really appreciate the folks who have testified, and I see you're still here, and I've been in that position before, and if you're wondering what's going on, I can only speak for myself, but I don't think there's any doubt on this assembly and school board that this project needs to be done. We've heard that from the community, and it's on the #1 priority for the school district. So I think where we're arguing is over which buckets of money that it comes from. And the reality is all the money is public, and it's all, one way or another, it's going to come from the taxpayer. If it comes out of the school district budget, that'll have to get made up. If it comes out of the borough budget, that'll have to get made up. So to me, it's clear that not going out to bond is going to save us money. So let's work together to figure this out. It seems like the school district and the borough get together and come up with maybe some proposals or a way to kind of split that. We did get some funding, but as the borough manager pointed out, that was reimbursement for money that the borough has been covering and trying to keep the school district whole, which I think has been a good thing. I think the school district got some money they didn't expect, which is the $7 million. Can we find a way to work this out? And then I think we also need to have a discussion about these other needs that we heard. Like I would like, and maybe not tonight, but how are we going to fund the charter school needs that we talked about, the other things that are on this list? And now, we might need some parking lot improvements too. I think folks in the crowd can appreciate just how much need there's in the borough and where the dollar's going to come from. I would like a better idea of where we think we're going to get that money on the timeline. So I guess my suggestion would be if we can send the folks back to the drawing board on this $4.3 million that we seem stuck on and see if we can move this forward.
Okay, Tom? Well, you asked me first.
Well,
I try to go in the way that people ask.
all right.
Sometimes myself.
This is a question for Dr. Trainee, if you're still online.
Yep.
Okay, Dr. Trainee, in your presentation, you presented that the district was under the pretense that the option with the bond issue was at zero cost to the taxpayer. We just heard from Mr. Brown that that was not correct, that if the borough were to issue a bond, that would be act as an increase of $1 mil to the taxpayer. Or a tenth of a mil, excuse me. So when did you hear about this? And if you did hear about this, when were you going to present that to the board? Because up until Mr. Brown spoke, I was under the impression that a bond issuance would come at the proposed financing would come at a zero impact to the taxpayer.
Yeah, when I heard Mr. Brown say that, that was the first that I had heard that, and I was wondering how, like I wasn't going to try to follow up in this meeting if that wasn't my understanding. So I'm not sure if Mr. Fultz there would.
Yes.
Did you understand it that way? I thought that we were paying for the.
Yes, Dr. Trini, I can take this one. So, Madam Mayor, yes, to answer School Board Member Bergey's question, the proposal as listed, the general obligation bond under Resolution 22-012, which received unanimous approval by the school board and was passed in June. In that resolution, we specified that it was the $10.5 million that was committed and was available, plus an ongoing payment of $588,000 for the next 20 years, which the reason why we landed on that $588,000 is because that's what our current lease payments are from MatSu Central. That was not the total project cost. It was actually listed in the resolution that it would cover 75%, an estimated 75% of the total project cost, but it was never communicated to the school board that it was 100%, and there would be no tax cost to the taxpayers. Cheyenne Heindel has to issue the debt. She has the best numbers in terms of financing costs and what the interest rate was. This was an estimate, and within the resolution that you adopted, it acknowledged that it was not for the full cost.
Mr. Hurt, did you still want to speak? Jim, did you still want to speak? Okay, all right, so. Pardon? Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah,
While you're at it, sir, do you want to make a motion for us to spend past 10, or do you think we can wrap it up in the next 15 minutes?
I'll move to extend to 10:15.
Okay. Is there any objection from the assembly? You have to do the same for your school board?
And we do it for a school board meeting, but this is a joint assembly and school board meeting, and therefore I don't think we have policy on what we do during joint assembly and school board. So
you're going to take off at 10 o'clock?
No.
I might.
We're just an advisory board, and you're the one that does the elections, does the voting.
Okay.
It's 10 o'clock,
Well, the objection from
it is 10 o'clock, and then I'm going to 11 to 12. I mean, 10
I think
o'clock.
the motion was to go to 10:15.
You need to use this mic, not that one. Don't use that one. Use this one.
Oh, the motion was to go to 10:15.
And that's rock solid, hard stop? No.
Nothing in government is rock solid. Don't you know that by now? Deputy Mayor, go ahead for your comment.
Yeah. So a number of things have happened since that original proposal. One thing is the one-time money received by both the school district and the assembly actually changes the situation. I'm not sure this is considered. We do not anymore need the $10.5 million for our road fund match. So while I think everybody wants to build MatSu Central, it is the school district that has the lease, and we would like to help the school district out. Now, the blue line represents over time, a worse deal for the school district than the red line. This one-time money, I would strongly encourage you guys to employ it to offset future costs and save the school district money. But I cannot see the MatSu Borough Assembly going out and incurring the costs of bonding unnecessarily, especially with these substantially higher interest rates. And by the time we would get a bonding value, we don't even know how much higher they will be than they are presently. So I think that would be the height of your responsibility. When you have the money at hand, you can move the project forward. And so I think it's been mentioned, the school district's deficit, I've been on the assembly for 4 years. I've seen 4 budget presentations from the district. It has been the same chart substantially every single year. We're here, deficits as far as I can see going forward, and you know it's a crisis. And every year when we see the CAFR, the district has run a surplus. In fact, not a deficit. So am I to believe, and I'm not saying that it may not be the case, and certainly one-time monies cannot be anticipated, but I'm beginning to see a pattern. And the pattern appears to be, well, you know, you cannot spend more money than you appropriate. There's always going to be some margin that is allocated but unexpended, you know, maybe in the 5% or so range. And that seems to be an ongoing situation. So what you're taking is you're taking a chart of actuals and then a chart of budgeting, and you have that 5% on top. So it's always going to look like it's curving up into deficit. So I really encourage the school board to look at what the real situation on the ground is and think, do you want to make, with this one-time money you've received, an investment that will save you money on an ongoing basis? Or do you want to go forward with the green line?
Further discussion or comment? Yes. Jim, did you decide something?
Yes, I do. A couple questions. One for Mr. Fall, through the mayor. What would the current deal that's being discussed, how would that look on our current projections? When would we be in the red, operating in the red? What year?
So there's 2025, we have a deficit, a projected deficit. A large part of that deficit.
Sorry, everybody.
It's okay. You want a short answer or a long answer?
Oh, short answer, please.
When you're asking about operating in the red, are you referring to the operating fund?
I'm talking about we run out of fat and we're cutting the muscle.
Under all the options that have been presented to the district, the last proposal is the most beneficial to the district. It's listed in the red. It does present more upfront costs, but that preserves resources for us over the long term.
And for the assembly, when we do start dipping into the red and we do start laying people off, is the assembly prepared to step forward, or is Mr. Sumner's experiment going to be allowed to continue? Well, seeing just how far into the red we can go and still flop around doing school stuff.
Well, the current assembly cannot obligate a future assembly.
Oh, no, of course not, of course not. I'm just thinking what the will of the assembly is. Because while I appreciate Mr. Sumner's approach, I mean, it's amazing what you can do when you're unemployed, you have no income, you know, you can live on ramen and tomato soup for quite a while. You know, no doubt all of us have done it. But if we have so much doubt about Mr. Falk's fidelity or capabilities, perhaps the assembly can hire a firm to audit, you know, other than what we hire for our audits, but actually have an external audit come in to make sure that what we're seeing on the numbers are legit, genuine, and honest. Just a question.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I have no doubt of Mr. Fulp's capability. But what I will say is that if you take a chart and it shows 2 years of past actuals and then 2 years of budget going forward, it will always look like this. It will always, because you cannot spend more than you budget. You will always spend less than you budget. There will always be positions that you do not fill, or things that are budgeted but unexpended, or money that's appropriated to a CIP fund that then later moves or is not expended, you know. So it will always look like that. So that is the nature of public budgeting. And perhaps it should be, you know, just considered that it's not necessarily a crisis just because the budget numbers look like that. They've looked like that every year for the last 4 years, I assure you. I've been here, so thank you.
Okay, Jim, do you have a follow-up, sir?
Yes, I appreciate what you're saying again, but we operate on looking forward based on the budget we have. The predictions, the crystal ball that Mr. Falk so carefully polishes. And these are the numbers we're presenting. And so if that budget ends up being, you know, the basket case it looks like it will be, you know, I'm asking that if we start getting to that, you know, I'm hoping anyway, the future assembly, assuming all the members here are running again or are eligible, would remember this conversation and try to step up. The other problem is, of course, when you take money away from the school and then you try to refill it again, it's my understanding, forgive me if I'm wrong, Mr. Falk or Mr. Brown, please step in, but when the assembly puts money forward, if they put forward 10 million, the state withholds 4. And so it's like we're taking money that we have available to us right now and taking it out for a construction project, for a capital project. And then if we do need something, you know, in the future to be redonated, it ends up being less efficient because of what the state does. But anyway, that's just, again, I'm thinking in an elementary sense on that, but still.
You have a follow-up, sir?
So if I might, so the 38 million that the borough was just reimbursed by the state, the borough shouldered, in tight times, the borough shouldered all of that. They did not reduce the allocation to the school district by 1 penny over what was agreed. The borough absorbed all of that $38 million cost. And now, in times of, you know, I mean, there's helicopter money coming in. We are asking that the district make a smart investment that will also lower the district's costs on an ongoing basis. So I think that this is actually a very responsible thing to do, and I would really encourage you guys to consider it. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely, as long as,
Go ahead, follow-up.
absolutely, as long as we know that you're still going to have our back and not step back. Because what I just portrayed to you is that we're taking money we have and we're making ourselves more vulnerable, you know, budget-wise, and by doing this. So just, that's all, it's the concerns I think that have been brought up here is that we just want to make sure that you guys are still there. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Sumner. Thank you, ma'am.
Ole, go ahead.
Thank you. Over the last 8 years, the BSA has not increased, and we've gone through at least 2 union contracts with all our unions. And we have cut positions, we have squeezed positions, we have brought online learning on because we can't fill positions. Every year, we also do our major maintenance and construction, as it states in here, over the last 10 years, $34 million. And we always set aside some money for anything catastrophe that may happen. And yes, we do every year have some money left over. But we also have 46 schools and 19,000 kids and close to 2,000 employees. When you go to give your people an increase in pay, which they annually get every year, some sort of cost of living increase, all you have to do is raise taxes. When the state does it, they have 9 unions. All 9 unions get a 1 to 2% raise every year through negotiated contracts. All they do is present the budget to the legislators and they approve it. When our unions get a cost of living increase, it comes out of operating costs because the BSA has not increased in 8 years. Although the BSA now, they gave us $1.2 million that will come into effect in 2025. If you spread that over 9 years, that is like $125,000 over that 9-year increase. We also have huge increases in insurance, such as our earthquake insurance went through the ceiling after the earthquake, fuel costs, commodities, insurance for our employees. Everything's gone through the ceiling. Now, how do we do that? We cut positions. We combine positions. We don't have money laying in pools in our budget. We are a service organization. We do not own anything. We don't own the buildings. We don't own the parking lot. We don't own the roads. This is the first time since I've been on the board that we're actually putting money out to build a building. I am not willing to continue that because then we've got 5 other charter schools that want to build buildings. We are a service organization. You own the buildings. And the state statutes, this book here, as I've read, and what's in here also, is you own the buildings, you pay for the buildings, you pay for the maintenance. Yet we have paid $34 million over the last 10 years to do your job, and I see no thanks. All I see is we need another $4.3 million. I am not, one vote, I am not willing to give you another dime for the construction of this building, because if we do, then next year you're going to ask for more money. You're going to say the same thing that we got pools of money laying around. We do not. We have been cutting ever since I've been on this board, and it's accelerating. We're in the middle of 2 of our largest unions negotiations right now. They are asking, and that's public record, for over $30 million ongoing money. We don't have any extra money, and the state refuses to give us any more. Thank you to the borough for giving us more, but the state gives us 75%. 77% of our budget goes into the classroom. 85% of our budget is personnel. That leaves 15% of our budget to do your work, other maintenance, and everything else. Find a pool of money. I'd love you to find that pool of money for us. It is not there.
Okay, I'm going to move into comments from other school board members and the assembly members, and so that we don't have to do another extension. Okay, you want to ask your school board members for additional comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So these are basically closing comments,
Yes.
correct? All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will go ahead and start with Vice President Harden.
I just want to say thanks to the public for coming out here. This is quite a showing. It's always refreshing. And thank you for the frank discussion with the assembly. This was great. Appreciate clearing the air and letting everybody hear what's going on. But everybody have a good night.
Member Tabasco.
Yes, I too want to thank all the public that came out and testified tonight for things that our district and our kids really need. And I do hope, we haven't finished this discussion. I mean, it's somehow here in the near future, I think we need to get back together and come to some type of resolution, you know, like what Assembly member Nauer said about, I don't know, do we all need to sit here, or do we have representatives from each board sit down and, you know, try to hash out some compromise on this? Anyway, that's my comments.
Thank you, Member Burley.
I want to thank everybody for coming out, especially all the people from MatSu Central who very passionately advocated for their school. I want to bring forth a point that Assemblyperson Nauers brought out, and that the money that we're playing with, even though we name it from this site or this entity, it boils down to it's taxpayer money. It's money that belongs to the taxpayers in this borough. We pay federal taxes, we pay state taxes, some of us, and all of us, most of us, pay borough property taxes. So she was very correct in saying that that was, whatever the fund source we're talking about is taxpayer funded. The concept of a bond, if now that I have more information that this bond could potentially be a significant impact to the taxpayer had we have gone forward with it, also had another function to it, is that if the taxpayers would have approved the bond, we have taxpayer approval to spend for a major capital project. And if we were close to being able to afford that, or without doing a taxpayer increase, then that would have been a safe bet. But now with new information, it's not. But even though we can pay for MatSu Central, we've got multiple other buildings. Academy Charter is looking at a building. We've got a new building for Birch Tree, excuse me, Birchwood. Birch Tree, I got it right. Birch Tree. We also have American Charter, and we've also just received a resolution from Midnight Sun Charter to purchase their building. So coming down the pipeline, this is not an argument that we're going to have once. This is an argument and a debate that we're going to have multiple times. And we haven't had, from the taxpayer, approval in over a decade to build a building. We don't know what the Valley taxpayers are thinking. We know what MatSu Central parents are thinking. We know what district administration is thinking, because MatSu Central is over capacity. Even if you were to take away all the programs that they do and make them a bare bones homeschool, this year they will be at capacity for a bare bones school. And they're not. They are a blended learning model. They provide additional assistance that other homeschool to parents that other homeschools do not. And by doing that, they need more space to provide the service. They've been over capacity for years with the additional services that they've been doing. So, you know, this is a very much needed project. And if we look at just the lease payments, we have many much needed projects coming down the pipeline, which in the long run will save the taxpayers. We need to figure this out, and we need to do it quickly. They need a new home, and we have other buildings that need to be constructed. And we need to know if we have taxpayer support to do it. So, granted, right now, we have funds that we don't need taxpayer approval, because the money is sitting in accounts. We just got to figure out which ones we're going to use. But it would be nice. And the MatSu Borough is a school of choice borough. We've got 1,900 students in charter schools. We're pushing 2,100 students in our homeschool programs. And then you look at other homeschool programs that are operating within the borough. We have thousands of students who are taking alternative motives to brick and mortar schools. We need to resolve this. And we need to do it quickly. Thank you.
Member Underwood.
I'll make mine quick for time purposes, but again, thank everybody for coming out. I just want to thank one main group of people were the kids that participated tonight in public process. I feel like it's a good lesson for everybody. If kids can get up and participate in public process and be brave, that I would encourage more adults to do so, because that is the only way that we get things done. And I thank everybody for coming and having a joint meeting tonight, and I do encourage that we have a solution quickly, just for the equity. Same words as Mr. Brody, that there's going to be more coming down the line, and we need to figure this out quickly and work together. And just want to thank everybody for their respectful comments, and be like the kids and be brave.
Thank you, Member Larson.
Yeah, I also want to thank the public process. Sound like Eugene Pinkerman. I really do enjoy listening to people. Our last meeting had an exceptionally a large amount in this meeting also. I just wish people would come up during the non-controversial issues. And I do appreciate it. We are a school of choice. We've set that up, and it's been going on successful for years. MatSu Central is part of that school of choice. I absolutely support MatSu Central, but like you heard, I don't support taking operation money to build it. But I'm sure we can come up with some sort of resolution. And maybe MatSu Central may ask the state for some sort of grant money like Academy Charter did. You just got to understand that money that we take out, I guess I won't preach too much more, out of operations means cuts later on within the next 2 years. And what I also encourage all the public and the MatSu Assembly to do is help us go to Juneau and help us talk to our legislators that we need an increase in the BSA. The state can give their people increases in cost of living. The borough can do it. We only get the money that we get. And we have not had an increase in 8 years. 8 years. The borough has increased, but 75% of our money comes from the state. We don't have the money. And I wish we did. I wish they'd give us $100 on the BSA per person. But we don't have the money. And every bit of money we're talking about is helicopter money. It's money that's come from heaven in the form of manna. And you cannot depend on that money. It's not long-term, ongoing money. Again, thank you for this meeting, and thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. I want to express my appreciation to the public that came out today and provided their comments. I truly do respect the public process and love it. I also would like to thank all of the staff that has provided information tonight, and especially to Mr. Fulp. Definitely love Mr. Fulp and all the information that he has. And I would just point out that with this conversation and with Mr. Fulp giving the second, that the red line is the line that appears best. And it is being used with borough money, whether it's the district money or whether it's the borough giving us money, because it all comes from the borough and it's already been taxed. If it did go out to, from what I learned tonight, if it goes out to bond, then folks would be voting for an increase in their taxes when the money has already been put out there and taxed. And so with that, I would also respectfully request that perhaps Member Nowers put forth a motion just to give us $4 more million, and then we don't have to come back together maybe. Very good. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Madam Mayor, and all Assembly members. Thank you.
So we'll have Assembly Member 2. Do you have comments?
Sure. I really enjoyed all the folks coming out today, especially all the children testifying. I think that I totally support what Jesse's saying is why would we go into more debt if we got a windfall of money, pay the bill, and then that makes it easier to go on to the future. The other thing is, I'd like to say that I retired out of the dirt business probably 4 years ago or so, 5 years ago. And now my son has started up a dirt business, and he's doing business with the borough. I have nothing to do with it. That's his business. Thank you, folks.
Assembly Person P.
Yeah, just a couple things. Am I on? Yeah, okay. There were a lot of comments still regarding the voting machines. I don't understand why the conversation is going on out there. The hand count effectively takes all the teeth out of the machines. We're going to get rid of them eventually, but do people not understand? We have a hand count. That's what we do. And if there's a controversy, the hand count is redone and it prevails. So I don't know why we're still having that conversation. We'll get where we need to be, but geez, folks, I think, we got on the horse right now, and in the sunset, like I said before, we'll get the shoes on later. You gotta know, we are safe at this moment, and I think that's a really good thing. I'm uncharacteristically quiet about all of the school district stuff tonight, and I am a teacher. I gotta tell you something that really comes to me though is, I look at the types of schools that there are, and the last place any professional teacher would want to teach is in public school, a regular brick and mortar public school. Why? Because in my particular instance, I have 223 kids come across my threshold every day, every day. How can you do that? How can any teacher do that? How can we do in public school what charter schools do? It's not a doable thing. So I don't understand the double standard. And as I listen to all this, I think, geez, Louise, I just killed for a class of, 35 kids instead of 43, and I don't have 43 desks. So you're really glad when kids are absent. Now, I didn't used to be, but now, so thank God, now they can all have a seat. So I don't understand where that whole thing is going. Maybe it's going to come up at budget time. But geez, Louise, who would make that choice? I am where I am because I love what I do. I've been there a long time. But I don't understand the direction that the school district is going into, which is basically public school brick and mortar gets scraps and everything else is done. I don't understand that, so just want to make that point. Also, the idea, I don't know what the ratio of salaries is at administration actually at the school district. I was looking at a list of Dr. Training sent me, I don't know, a couple months ago. We had 4 associate superintendents in the Office of Instruction alone, associate superintendents, and they're scattered all over the building. I don't know what, so when all, Borough can't tell the school district how to spend their money. When I look at that, I say, geez Louise, where did we all of a sudden come up with the associate superintendents? Did everybody get a raise? Is that a really big deal? Because it sounds like it. I may be having to say this until we talk about budgets, but I got a long memory. And when my kids used to come and ask me for money, next time they asked me, I'd say, how did you spend what I gave you before? And if I didn't like the way it was spent, and I'm just looking a little iffy to me, I'm not so inclined to give more. So pretty much that. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor, I want to recognize you for a motion for, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Can you wrap it up in that time?
Move to extend to 10:20.
10:40?
Make him last 10:20.
10:20, okay. Is there any objections to extending 10:20?
Stop.
You could be quiet so we can go.
I will not say another word.
Okay, so we're, Assemblyperson Hale, comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Number one, to Member Hart, I'm only one vote, and I may not win re-election, but I have your back. As far as everybody who came out from the charter schools, tonight's discussion was mainly focused on MatSu Central, but we do hear you. We know you have needs. That's something that we will have to address. And as far as MatSu Central goes, like I said, let's get that thing built. It's obvious that the not going to bond is the better option. So let's just figure out how to do that. Thanks.
Assemblyperson Hours?
I agree with Assemblymember Hale. Let's find a way to make it work, and I think if okay, just get it out. Okay, I'm done. The borough manager mentioned this never came before the borough as a proposal, so I think there's room to work it. If this was a discussion to help working on that. To see both sides compromise again. If it comes, whatever bucket it comes out of, if a little bit comes out of the school district, a little bit comes out of the borough, that just leaves us both in better shape, one with the other. It's still public money. So, and we're talking about the 4.3 million at the end of the day. So we're really close to it. The thing that does give me some qualms is the 4 charter schools that are interested in things, plus this list that you gave us, which has CMS and WMS, Wasilla Middle School need a roof replacement. There's district elevators, district seismic upgrades, architectural. How are we going to fund those? I don't want to disenfranchise those schools because we have the funding now for MatSu Central, and I want to see that happen. I would like to ask the district, the school board, for some clarity on how we might go about funding that, and not just we hope the money comes from the state, because I think that's a moonshot. So how do you expect us to do that, and on what time frame? If we could, I would feel better about whatever vote comes before us on this funding package if I have an idea what thoughts there are for funding those things and what timeline we're on. And that's it. That's about it. I think we can make this work. We're really close.
Assemblyperson Ron Mirror, are you still on the phone? Yes, Ron, do you have any parting comments?
I would like to thank all the kids who came out to speak. It's a lot of courage sometimes, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Attorney, you have parting comments? Clerk? Manager?
Wait, we got 3 minutes.
I will be quick.
Assembly member.
I just wanted to notify the Assembly, this is off topic, that today the U.S. Secretary of Commerce announced the department's EDA is awarding a $6.7 million grant to the MatSu Borough to boost tourism through the development of new visitor infrastructure amenities. That's the Gateway Visitor Center that's been on the block for a bit. It's funded by the American Rescue Plan. Staff will begin to prepare legislation to bring that forward for Assembly consideration, probably likely be introduced September 27th or October 4th. I just wanted you to hear it here first because it'll probably get more public reach tomorrow. My sincere apologies for the audio. That's not the clerk's issue. Thank you.
I want the record to show that Assemblyperson 2 arrived at 6:02, and with that, the meeting is adjourned.
We have Assembly member Sumner.
Oh.
Oh, we talked.
He said.
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor. My apologies.
2 minutes.
Well, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out, especially the school board. I think it's a lively discussion. I hope we can build MatSu Central. I'd like to just go ahead and agree with Assembly Member Larson, or School Board Member Larson, on at least one point. I would agree too that the VSA should be increased, and I would agree for the reason that one-time money has a lower propensity for spending. I think it is natural to want to save one-time monies, but as you said, you are a service organization, as is the MatSu Borough, and the taxpayer really doesn't benefit from a government organization holding on to their money rather than it being in their wallet. People expect to receive the things that they pay for, so if there is money, it should be spent. We should neither over-collect nor under-collect and run up excessive debts. So, with that in mind, I hope we can work something out. I'd be more amenable to, potentially working in a situation where we work out some funding for circulating routes around the schools, but I think we could go ahead and talk about that a little more later. Thanks. Bye.
I'll adjourn the meeting at 10:19.
Hey you guys, thank you all for being here today. It was greatly appreciated. Please like, share this video, go to the website politadick.com, make a donation, help us make more of these and be at more locations. Not sure what else is going on this week, but I'm sure I will have something else I will be at, guaranteed, almost. Thank you all for spending time with us tonight. I've been up since 5 a.m. and I am burnt. I am heading home, and you guys all have yourself a great evening. Don't forget, like, share, and tell all your friends how much money people want to spend for homes.